Act 1 of Per Gynt by Henrik Ibsen. Translated by William and Charles Archer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters. Act 1.
Young Per Gynt, read by Kristingj. Åse,
Read by Amy Graymore.
first woman.
Read by Patty Cunningham.
Second woman.
Read by Nadine Eckert-Boulet.
First man.
Read by David Lawrence.
Third woman.
Read by Charlotte Duckett.
Aslak.
Read by Denny Sayers.
Solveig.
Read by Elizabeth Klett.
The master cook.
Read by Frank Booker.
Second man.
Read by Algie Pag.
Third man.
Read by Phil Benson.
Fourth man.
Read by Cliff Thompson.
First lad.
Read by Charlotte Duckett.
Second lad.
Read by David Lawson.
Third lad.
Read by Whooper Hippo.
Fourth lad.
Read by Marty Chris.
Fifth lad.
Read by Marty Chris.
First girl.
Read by Cheyenne Donnell.
Second girl.
Read by Goldfish.
Third girl.
Recording by Kathy Barrett.
Fourth girl.
Read by Lucy Perry.
Fifth girl.
Read by Grace Garrett.
The bridegroom.
Read by Nathaniel W.C. Higgins.
His father.
Read by Lewis.
His mother.
Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
The Hegstar farmer.
Read by Carlson.
Solveig's father.
Read by Marty Chris.
Helga. Solveig's sister.
Read by Tiffany Halla Colonna.
Solveig's mother.
Read by Ariel Lipshaw.
Narrator.
Read by Cynthia Moyer. Act 1, Scene 1. A wooded hillside near Åsa's farm. A river rushes down the slope. On the further side of it an old mill shed. It is a hot day in summer. Per Gynt, a strongly built youth of 20, comes down the pathway. His mother, Åsa, a small, slightly built woman, follows him, scolding angrily.
Per, you're lying.
Per, without stopping.
No, I am not.
Well, then swear that it is true.
Swear? Why should I?
See, you dare not. It is a lie from first to last.
Per, stopping.
It is true. Each blessed word.
Åsa, confronting him.
Don't you blush before your mother. First you skulk among the mountains month-long in the busiest season, stalking reindeer in the snows. Home you come then, torn and tattered, gun a-missing, likewise game. And at last, with open eyes, think to get me to believe all the wildest hunter's lies. Well, where did you find the buck then?
West near Gendin.
Åsa, laughing scornfully.
Ah, indeed.
Keen the blast towards me swept, hidden by an alder clump. He was scraping in the snow crust after lichen.
Åsa, as before.
Doubtless, yes.
Breathlessly I stood and listened, heard the crunching of his hoof, saw the branches of one antler. Softly then among the boulders I crept forward on my belly. Crouched in the moraine I peered up. Such a buck, so sleek and fat, you, I'm sure, have never set eyes on.
No, of course not.
Bang! I fired. Clean he dropped upon the hillside, but the instant that he fell, I sat firm astride his back, gripped him by the left ear tightly, and had almost sunk my knife blade in his neck behind his skull, when, behold, the brute screamed wildly, sprang upon his feet like lightning, with a back cast of his head, from my fist made knife and sheath fly, pinned me tightly by the thigh, jammed his horns against my legs, clenched me like a pair of tongs. Then forthwith away he flew, right along the Gendin edge.
Åsa, involuntarily.
Jesus save us.
Have you ever chanced to see the Gendin edge? Nigh on 4 miles long it stretches, sharp before you like a sight. Down over glaciers, landslips, scores, down the toppling grey moraines you can see both right and left, straight into the tarns that slumber, black and sluggish, more than 700 fathoms deep below you. Right along the edge we two clove our passage through the air. Never rode I such a colt. Straight before us as we rushed, 'twas as though there glittered suns, brown-backed eagles that was sailing in the wide and dizzy void. Halfway twixt us and the tarns, dropped behind like moten air. Ice floes on the shores broke crashing, but no murmur reached my ears. Only sprites of dizziness sprang, dancing round, they sang, they swung, circle-wise past sight and hearing.
Åsa, dizzy.
Oh, God, save me!
All at once, at a desperate, breakneck spot, rose a great cock ptarmigan, flapping, cackling, terrified, from the crack where he lay hidden, at the buck's feet on the edge. Then the buck shied half around, leapt sky high, and down we plunged, both of us into the depths.
Åsa totters and catches at the trunk of a tree. Per Gynt continues.
Mountain walls behind us black, and below a void unfathomed. First we clove through banks of mists, then we clove a flock of seagulls, so that they, in mid-air startled, flew in all directions, screaming. Downward rushed we, ever downward. But beneath us something shimmered, whitish like a reindeer's belly. Mother, 'twas our own reflection, in the glass-smooth mountain tarn, shooting up towards the surface, with the same wild rush of speed wherewith we were shooting downwards.
Åsa, gasping for breath.
Per, God help me, quickly tell.
Buck from over, buck from under, in a moment clashed together, scattering foam flecks all around. There we lay then, floating, plashing. But at last we made our way, somehow to the northern shore. Buck he swam, I clung behind him. I ran homewards.
But the buck, dear?
He's still there, for aught I know.
Snaps his fingers, turns on his heel, and adds,
Catch him, and you're welcome to him.
And your neck you haven't broken? Haven't broken both your thighs? And your backbone, too, is whole? Oh, dear Lord, what thanks, what praise should be thine who helped my boy! There's a rent, though, in your breeches, but it's scarce worth talking of when one thinks what dreadful things might have come of such a leap.
Stops suddenly, looks at him open-mouthed and wide-eyed, cannot find words for some time, but at last bursts out,
Oh, you devil's story-teller, cross of Christ, how you can lie! All this screed you foist upon me, I remember now, I knew it. When I was a girl of 20, Gudbrand Glesny it befell, never you, you.
Me as well. Such a thing can happen twice.
Åsa, exasperated.
Yes, a lie, turned topsy-turvy, can be prinked and tinselled out, decked in plumage, new and fine, till none knows its lean old carcass. That is just what you've been doing, vamping up things wild and grand, garnishing with eagles' backs and with all the other horrors, lying right and lying left, filling me with speechless dread, till at last I recognized not what of old I'd heard and known.
If another talked like that, I'd half kill him for his pains.
Åsa, weeping.
Oh, would God I lay a corpse! Would the black earth held me sleeping! Prayers and tears, don't bite upon him. Per, you're lost, and ever will be.
Darling, pretty little mother, you're right in every word. Don't be cross, be happy.
Silence! Could I, if I would, be happy with a pig like you for son? Think how bitter I must find it, I, a poor defenceless widow, ever to be put to shame. How much have we now remaining from your grandsire's days of glory? Where are now the sacks of coin left behind by Rasmus Gynt? Ah, your father lent them wings, lavished them abroad like sand, buying land in every parish, driving round in gilded chariots. Where is all the wealth he wasted at the famous winter banquet, when each guest sent glass and bottle shivering against the wall behind him.
Where's the snow of yesteryear?
Silence, boy, before your mother. See the farmhouse, every second window pane is stopped with clouts, hedges, fences, all are down, beasts exposed to wind and weather, fields and meadows lying fallow, every month a new distraint.
Come now, stop this old wife's talk. Many a time has luck seemed dropping, and sprung up as high as ever.
Salt strewn is the soil it grew from. Lord, but you're a rare one, you, just as pert and jaunty still, just as bold as when the pastor, newly come from Copenhagen, bade you tell your Christian name, and declared that such a headpiece many a prince down there might envy, till the cob your father gave him, with a sledge to boot, in thanks for his pleasant friendly talk. Ah, but things went bravely then, provost, captain, all the rest, dropped in daily, ate and drank, swilling till they well nigh burst. But 'tis need that tests one's neighbor. Still it grew and empty here from the day that gold-bagged John started with his pack a peddler.
Dries her eyes with her apron.
Ah, you're big and strong enough. You should be a staff and a pillar for your mother's frail old age. You should keep the farm work going, guard the remnants of your gear. Oh, God help me! Small's the profit you have been to me, you scamp! Lounging by the hearth at home, grubbing in the charcoal embers, or round all the country, frightening girls away from merry makings, shaming me in all directions, fighting with the worst rapscallions.
Per turning away from her.
Let me be.
Åsa following him.
Can you deny that you were the foremost brawler in the mighty battle royal fought the other day at Lund, when you raged like mongrels mad? Who was it but you that broke blacksmith Aslak's arm for him, or at any rate that wrenched one of his fingers out of joint?
Who has filled you with such prattle?
Åsa hotly.
Gotta Carry heard the yells.
Per rubbing his elbow.
Maybe, but was I that howled?
You?
Yes, mother, I got beaten.
What'd you say?
His limber he is.
Who?
Why, Aslak, to be sure.
Shame and shame, I spit upon you. Such a worthless sod as that, such a brawler, such a sodden dram sponge to have beaten you. Many a shame and slight I've suffered, but that this should come to pass is the worst disgrace of all. What if he be ne'er so limber? Need you therefore be a weakling?
Though I hammer or am hammered, still we must have lamentations. Cheer up, mother.
What, you're lying now again?
Yes, just this once. Come now, wipe your tears away.
Clenching his left hand.
See, with this same pair of tongs, thus I held the smith bent double, while my sledge-hammer right fist.
Oh, you brawler, you'll bring me with your doings to the grave.
No, you're worth a better fate. Better 20,000 times. Little, ugly, dear old mother. You may safely trust my word. All the parish shall exalt you. Only wait till I have done something really grand.
Åsa contemptuously.
You.
Who knows what may befall one?
Would you'd get so far in sense one day as to do the darning of your breeches for yourself.
Per hotly.
I will be a king, a Kaiser.
Oh, God comfort me, he's losing all the wits that he had left.
Yes, I will. Just give me time.
Give you time, you'll be a prince, so the saying goes, I think.
You shall see.
Oh, hold your tongue. You're as mad can be. And yet it is true enough, something might have come of you, had you not been steeped for ever in your lies and trash and moonshine. Hegstad's girl was fond of you. Easily you could have won her, had you wooed her with a will.
Could I?
The old man's too feeble not to give his child her way. He is stiff-necked in a fashion, but at last his Ingrid rules, and where she leads, step by step, stumps the gaffer, grumbling after.
Begins to cry again.
Ah, my pair, a golden girl, land entailed on her. Just think, had you set your mind upon it, you'd be now a bridegroom brave, you that stand here grimed and tattered.
Per Briskly.
Come, we'll go a-wooing then.
Where?
At Hegstad.
Ah, poor boy. Hegstad way is bad to wooers.
How is that?
Ah, I must sigh. Lost the moment, lost the luck.
Speak!
Åsa, sobbing.
While in the Wester Hills you and Eyre were riding reindeer, here my smoons were in the girl.
What? That woman's bugbear?
Aye, she's taking him for a husband.
Wait you here till I have harnessed horse and wagon.
Going.
Spare your pains, they are to be wed tomorrow.
Pooh, this evening I'll be there.
Fie now, would you crown our miseries with a load of all men's scorn?
Never fear, 'twill all go well.
Shouting and laughing at the same time.
Mother, jump! We'll spare the wagon. 'Twould take time to fetch the mare up.
Lifts her up in his arms.
Put me down.
No, in my arms I will bear you to the wedding.
Wades out into the stream.
Help, the Lord have mercy on us. Pair, we're drowning.
I was born for a braver death.
Aye, true, sure enough you'll hang at last.
Tugging at his hair.
Oh, you brute!
Keep quiet now. Here the bottom's slippery, slimy.
Ass!
That's right, don't bare your tongue. That does no one any harm. Now it's shelving up again.
Don't you drop me.
Hi, son, hup! Now we'll play at Per and Reindeer.
Curvetting.
I am the reindeer, you are Per.
Oh, I'm going clean distraught.
There, see? Now we've reached the shallows.
Wades ashore.
Come, a kiss now for the reindeer, just to thank him for the ride.
Åsa, boxing his ears.
This is how I thank him.
Ow! That's a miserable fare.
Put me down.
First to the wedding. Be my spokesman. You're so clever. Talk to him, the old curmudgeon. Say Mats Mån's good for nothing.
Put me down.
And tell him then what a rare lad is Per Gynt.
Truly you may swear to that. Fine's the character I'll give you. Through and through I'll show you up. All about your devil's pranks I will tell them straight and plain.
Will you?
Åsa, kicking with rage.
I won't stay my tongue till the old man sets his dog at you, as you were a tramp.
Then I must go alone.
Aye, but I'll come after you.
Mother dear, you haven't strength.
Strength? When I am in such a rage, I could crush the rocks to powder. Who, I'll make a meal of flints. Put me down.
You'll promise then?
Nothing. I'll to Hegstad with you. They shall know you, what you are.
Then you'll even have to stay here.
Never. To the feast I'm coming.
That you shan't.
What will you do?
Perch you on the mill-house roof.
He puts her up on the roof. Åsa screams.
Ah! Lift me down.
Yes, if you'll listen.
Rubbish.
Dearest mother, pray.
Åsa throwing a sod of grass at him.
Lift me down this moment, Per.
If I did, be sure I would.
Coming nearer.
Now remember, sit quite still. Do not sprawl and kick about. Do not tug and tear the shingles. Else 'twill be the worse for you. You might topple down.
You beast!
Do not kick.
I'd have you blown like a changeling into space.
Mother, fie!
Bah!
Rather give your blessing on my undertaking. Will you? Eh?
I'll thrash you soundly, hulking fellow though you be.
Well, goodbye then, mother dear. Patience, I'll be back ere long.
Is going, but turns, holds up his finger warningly and says,
Careful now. Don't kick and sprawl.
Goes.
Per, God help me, now he's off. Reindeer rider, liar, hi! Will you listen? No, he's striding o'er the meadow. Ah! Help, I'm dizzy.
Two old women with sacks on their backs come down the path to the mill.
Christ, who's screaming?
It is I.
Åsa, well, you are exalted.
This won't be the end of it. Soon, God help me, I'll be heaven high.
Bless your passing.
Fetch a ladder, I must be down. That devil Per.
Per, your son?
Now you can say you have seen how he behaves.
We'll bear witness.
Only help me straight to Hegstad. I will hasten.
Is he there?
You'll be revenged then. Aslak Smith will be there too.
Åsa, wringing her hands.
Oh God, help me with my boy. They will kill him ere they're done.
Oh, that lot has oft been talked of. Comfort you. What must be, must be.
She is utterly demented.
Calls up the hill.
Ivan, Annas, hi, come here.
What's amiss?
Per Gynt has perched his mother on the mill house roof.
End of Scene 1. Act 1, Scene 2. A hillock covered with bushes and heather. The high road runs behind it, a fence between. Per Gynt comes along a footpath, goes quickly up to the fence, stops, and looks out over the stretch of country below.
There it lies, Hegstad. Soon I'll have reached it.
Puts one leg over the fence, then hesitates.
Wonder if Inger's alone in the house now.
Shades his eyes with his hand and looks out.
No, to the farm guests are swarming like gnats. To turn back now perhaps would be wisest.
Draws back his leg.
Still, they must titter behind your back, and whisper so that it burns right through you.
Moves a few steps away from the fence and begins absently plucking leaves.
Ah, if I'd only a good strong dram now, or if I could pass to and fro unseen, or were I unknown, something proper and strong were the best thing of all, for the laughter don't bite then.
Looks around suddenly as though afraid, then hides among the bushes. Some wedding guests pass by, going downwards towards the farm. A man, in conversation as they pass.
His father was drunken. His mother is weak.
Aye, then there's no wonder the lad's good for naught.
They pass on. Presently Per Gynt comes forward, his face flushed with shame. He peers after them. Per, softly.
Was it me they were talking of?
With a forced shrug.
Oh, let them chatter. After all, they can't snare the life out of my body.
Casts himself down upon the heathery slope, lies for some time flat on his back with his hands under his head, gazing up into the sky.
What a strange sort of cloud. It is just like a horse. There's a man on it too, and saddle, and bridle, and after it comes an old crone and a broomstick.
Laughs quietly to himself.
It is mother. She's scolding and screaming. You beast! Hey you, Per Gynt!
His eyes gradually close.
Aye, now she's frightened. Per Gynt he rides first, and there follow him many. His steed it is gold shod and crested with silver. Himself he has gauntlets and sabre and scabbard. His cloak it is long, and its lining is silken. Full brave is the company riding behind him. None of them, though, sits his charger so stoutly. None of them glitters like him in the sunshine. Down by the fence stand the people in clusters, lifting their hats and agape gazing upwards. Women are curtsying. All the world knows him. Kaiser Per Gynt and his thousands of henchmen. Sixpenny pieces and glittering shillings over the roadway he scatters like pebbles. Rich as a lord grows each man in the parish. High over the ocean Per Gynt goes a-riding. England's prince on the seashore awaits him. There to await him all England's maidens, England's nobles, and England's Kaiser. See him come riding and rise from their banquet. Raising his crown, hear the Kaiser address him.
Aslak the smith to some other young men passing along the road.
Just look at Per Gynt there, the drunken swine.
Per starting half up.
What, Kaiser?
The smith leaning against the fence and grinning.
Up with you, Per, my lad.
What the devil? The smith? What do you want here?
The smith to the others.
He hasn't got over the Lundespray yet.
Per, jumping up.
You better be off.
I am going, yes. But tell us, where have you dropped from, man? You've been gone 6 weeks. Were you troll taken, eh?
I have been doing strange deeds, Aslak Smith.
The smith, winking to the others.
Let us hear them, Per.
They are not to you.
The smith, after a pause.
You're going to Hegstad?
No.
Time was they said that the girl there was fond of you.
No, we'll pretend that we don't even see him.
The smith, falling back a little.
Keep your temper, Per. Though Ingrid has jilted you, others are left. Think, son of John Gynt. Come on to the feast. You'll find there both lambkins and widows well on.
To hell!
You'll surely find one that will have you. Good evening. I'll give your respects to the bride.
They go off, laughing and whispering. Per looks after them a while, then makes a defiant motion and turns half round.
For my part, may Ingrid of Hegstad go marry whoever she pleases. It's all one to me.
Looks down at his clothes.
My breeches are torn. I am ragged and grim. If only I had something new to put on now.
Stamps on the ground.
If only I could, with a butcher grip, tear out the scorn from their very vitals.
Looks round suddenly.
What was that? Who was it that tittered behind there? I certainly thought. No, it was no one. I'll go home to mother.
Begins to go upwards, but stops again and listens towards Hegstad.
They're playing a dance.
Gazes and listens, moves downwards step by step. His eyes glisten. He rubs his hands down his thighs.
How the lasses do swarm! 6 or 8 to a man. Oh, galloping death, I must join in the frolic. But how about mother, perched upon the mill house?
His eyes are drawn downwards again. He leaps and laughs.
Hi, how the howling flies over the green! Ay, Guttorm, he can make his fiddle speak out. It gurgles and booms like a foss over a score. And then all that glittering bevy of girls. Yes, galloping death, I must join in the frolic.
Leaps over the fence and goes down the road. End of Scene 2. Act 1, Scene 3. The farm place at Hegstad. In the background the dwelling house. A throng of guests. A lively dance in progress on the green. The fiddler sits on a table. The master cook is standing in the doorway. Cookmaids are going to and fro between the different buildings. Groups of elderly people sit here and there, talking. A woman joins a group that is seated on some logs of wood.
The bride? Oh yes, she's crying a bit. But that, you know, isn't worth eating.
The master cook, in another group.
Now then, good folk, you must empty the barrel.
Thanks to you, friend, but you fill up too quick.
A lad, to the fiddler, as he flies past holding a girl by the hand.
To it now, Guttorm, and don't spare the fiddle strings.
Scrape till it echoes out over the meadows.
Other girls, standing in a ring round a lad who is dancing.
That's a rare fling.
He has legs that can lift him.
The lad, dancing.
The roof here is high, and the walls wide asunder.
The bridegroom comes whimpering up to his father, who is standing talking with some other men, and twitches his jacket.
Father, she will not. She is so proud.
What won't she do?
She has locked herself in.
Well, you must manage to find the key.
I don't know how.
You're a nincompoop.
Turns away to the others. The bridegroom drifts across the yard. A lad comes from behind the house.
Wait a bit, girls. Things'll soon be lively. Here comes Per Gynt.
The smith, who has just come up.
Who invited him?
No one.
Goes towards the house. The smith, to the girls.
If he should speak to you, never take notice.
A girl to the others.
No, we'll pretend that we don't even see him.
Per Gynt comes in heated and full of animation, stops right in front of the group and claps his hands.
Which is the liveliest girl of the lot of you?
A girl as he approaches her.
I am not.
Another similarly.
I am not.
No, nor I either.
Per to a fourth.
You come along then, for want of a better.
Haven't got time.
Per to a fifth.
Well then you.
The girl going.
I'm for home.
Tonight? Are you utterly out of your senses?
The smith, after a moment, in a low voice.
See, Per, she's taken a greybeard for a partner.
Per turns sharply to an elderly man.
Where are the unbespoke girls?
Find them out.
Goes away from him. Per Gynt has suddenly become subdued. He glances shyly and furtively at the group. All look at him, but no one speaks. He approaches other groups. Wherever he goes there is silence. When he moves away, they look after him and smile. Per to himself.
Mocking looks, needle-keen whispers and smiles. They grate like a saw blade under the file.
He slinks along close to the fence. Solveig, leading little Helga by the hand, comes into the yard, along with her parents. A man to another, close to Per Gynt.
Look, here are the new folk.
The ones from the west?
Aye, the people from Heddle.
Ah, yes, so they are.
Per places himself in the path of the newcomers, points to Solveig, and asks the father.
May I dance with your daughter?
The father, quietly.
You may so, but first we must go to the farmhouse and greet the good people.
They go in. The master cook to Per Gynt, offering him drink.
Since you are here, you'd best take a pull at the liquor.
Per looking fixedly after the newcomers.
Thanks, and for dancing. I'm not athirst.
The master cook goes away from him. Per Gynt gazes towards the house and laughs.
How fair! Did you ever see the like? Look down at her shoes and her snow-white apron. And then she held on to her mother's skirt fold, and carried a psalm book wrapped up in a kerchief. I must look at that girl.
Going into the house. A lad coming out of the house with several others.
Are you off so soon, Pia, from the dance?
No.
Then you're heading amiss.
Takes hold of his shoulder to turn him round.
Let me pass.
I believe you're afraid of the smith.
Are you afraid?
Do you remember what happened at Lunda?
They go off, laughing, to the dancing green. Solveig in the doorway of the house.
Are you not the lad that was wanting to dance?
Of course it was me. Don't you know me again?
Takes her hand.
Come then.
We mustn't go far, mother said.
Mother said! Were you born yesterday?
Now you're laughing.
Why, sure, you're almost a child. Are you grown up?
I read with the pastor last spring.
Tell me your name, lass, and then we'll talk easier.
My name is Solveig. And what are you called?
Per Gynt.
Solveig, withdrawing her hand.
Oh, heaven!
Why? What is it now?
My garter is loose. I must tie it up tighter.
Goes away from him. The bridegroom pulling at his mother's gown.
Mother, she will not.
She will not? What?
She won't, Mother.
What?
Unlock the door.
His father, angrily, below his breath.
Oh, you're only fit to be tied in a stall.
Don't scold him. Poor dear, he'll be all right yet.
They move away. A lad, coming with a whole crowd of others from the dancing green.
Here, have some brandy.
No.
Only a dram.
Per looking darkly at him.
Got any?
Well, I won't say but I have.
Pulls out a pocket flask and drinks.
Ah, how it stings your throat. Well?
Per drinks.
Let me try it.
Now you must try mine as well, you know.
No.
Oh, nonsense. Now don't be a fool. Take a pull, Per.
Well, then give me a drop.
Drinks again. A girl, half aloud.
Come, let's be going.
Afraid of me, wench?
Who isn't afraid of you? At Lund, you showed us clearly what tricks you can play.
I can do more than that, when once I get started.
The first lad, whispering.
Now he's getting into swing.
Several others forming a circle around him.
Tell away! Tell away! What can you...
Tomorrow.
No, now, tonight.
Can you conjure, Per?
I can call up the devil.
My grandmam could do that before I was born.
Liar, what I can do that no one else can. I one day conjured him into a knot. It was wormwood, you see.
Several, laughing.
Aye, that's easily guessed.
He cursed and he wept and he wanted to bribe me with all sorts of things.
But he had to go in?
Of course. I stopped at the hole with a peg. Hey, if you heard him rumbling and grumbling.
Only think.
It was just like a humblebee buzzing.
Have you got him still in the nut?
Why no, by this time that devil has flown on his way. The grudge the smith bears me is all his doing.
Indeed?
I went to the smithy, and begged that he would crack the same nutshell for me. He promised he would. He laid it down on his anvil, but Aslak, you know, is so heavy of hand, for ever swinging that great sledgehammer.
Did he kill the foul fiend?
He laid on like a man, but the devil showed fight, and tore off in a flame, through the roof, and shattered the wall asunder.
And the smith?
Stood there, with his hands all scorched, and from that day onwards, we've never been friends.
General laughter.
That yarn is a good one.
About his best.
Do you think I'm making it up?
Oh no, that you're certainly not, for I've heard the most on't from my grandfather.
Liar! It happened to me.
Yes, like everything else.
Per, with a fling.
I can ride, I can. Clean through the air, on the bravest of steeds. Oh, many's the thing I can do, I tell you.
Another roar of laughter.
Per, ride through the air a bit.
Do, dear Per Gynt.
You may spare you the trouble of begging so hard. I will ride like a hurricane over you all. Every man in the parish shall fall at my feet.
Now he is clean off his head. The dolt.
Braggart.
Liar.
Per, threatening them.
Aye, wait till you see.
A man, half drunk.
Aye, wait. You'll soon get your jacket dusted.
Your back beaten tender, your eyes painted blue.
The crowd disperses, the elder men angry, the younger laughing and jeering. The bridegroom, close to Per Gynt.
Per, is it true you can ride through the air?
Per, shortly.
It's all true, Mats. You must know I'm a rare one.
Then have you got the invisible cloak too?
The invisible hat, you mean? Yes, I have.
Turns away from him. Solveig crosses the yard, leading little Helga. Per goes towards them. His face lights up.
Solveig! Oh, it is well you have come.
Takes hold of her wrist.
Now will I swing you round fast and fine.
Loose me.
Wherefore?
You are so wild.
The reindeer is wild too when summer is dawning. Come then, lass. Do not be wayward now.
Solveig withdrawing her arm.
Dare not.
Wherefore?
No, you've been drinking.
Moves off with Helga.
Oh, if I had but my knife blade driven clean through the hearts of them, one and all.
The bridegroom nudging him with his elbow.
Per, can't you help me to get at the bride?
Per, absently.
The bride? Where is she?
In the storehouse.
Ah.
Oh, dear Per Gynt, you must try at least.
No, you must get on without my help.
A thought strikes him. He says softly but sharply.
Ingrid, the storehouse.
Goes up to Solveig.
Have you thought better on't?
Solveig tries to go. He blocks her path.
You're ashamed too, because of the look of a tramp.
Solveig hastily.
No, that you haven't. That's not true at all.
Yes, and I've taken a drop as well, but that was to spite you, because you had hurt me. Come then.
Even if I would now, I daren't.
Who are you frightened of?
Father. Most.
Father? Aye, aye, he is one of the quiet ones, one of the godly, eh? Answer, come.
What shall I say?
Is your father a psalm singer? And you and your mother as well, no doubt. Come, will you speak?
Let me go in peace.
No!
In a low but sharp and threatening tone.
I can turn myself into a troll. I'll come to your bedside at midnight tonight. If you should hear someone hissing and spitting, you mustn't imagine it's only the cat. It's me, lass. I'll drain out your blood in a cup, and your little sister, I'll eat her up. You must know I'm a werewolf at night. I'll bite you all over the loins and the back.
Suddenly changes his tone and entreats, as if in dread.
Dance with me, Solveig.
Solveig, looking darkly at him.
Then you were grim.
Goes into the house. The bridegroom comes sidling up again.
I'll give you an ox if you'll help me.
Then come.
They go out behind the house. At the same moment a crowd of men come up from the dancing green. Most of them are drunk. Noise and hubbub. Solveig, Helga, and their parents appear among a number of elderly people in the doorway. The master cook, to the smith, who is the foremost of the crowd.
Keep peace now.
The smith, pulling off his jacket.
No, we must fight it out here. Per Gynt or I must be taught a lesson.
Hey, let them fight for it.
No, only wrangle.
Fists must decide, for the case is past words.
Control yourself, men.
Will they beat him, Mother?
Let us rather tease him with all his lies.
Kick him out of the company.
Spit in his eye.
A fourth, to the smith.
You're not backing out, Smith.
The smith, flinging away his jacket.
The jade shall be slaughtered.
Solveig's mother to Solveig.
There, you can see how that windbag is thought of.
Åsa, coming up with a stick in her hand.
Is that son of mine here? Now he's in for a drubbing. Oh, how heartily I will dang him.
The smith, rolling up his shirt sleeves.
That switch is too light for a carcass like his. The smith will dang him.
Bang him.
The smith spits on his hands and nods to Åsa.
Hang him.
What? Hang my pair? I just try if you dare. Åsa and I, we have teeth and claws. Where is he?
Calls across the yard.
Per.
The bridegroom comes running up.
Oh, God's death on the cross! Come, father, come, mother, and...
What is the matter?
Just fancy, Per Gynt!
Åsa screams.
Ah, have they taken his life?
No, but Per Gynt! Look, there on the hillside!
With the bride!
Åsa lets her stick sink.
Oh, the beast!
The smith, as if thunderstruck.
Where the slope rises sheerest, he's clambering upwards. By God, like a goat.
The bridegroom, crying.
He shouldered her, mother, as I might a pig.
Åsa, shaking her fist up at him.
Would God you might fall and...
Screams out in terror.
Ah! Take care of your footing.
The Hegstad farmer comes in, bareheaded and white with rage.
I'll have his life for this bride rape yet.
Oh no, God punish me if I let you.
End of Scene 3. End of Act 1. Act 2 of Per Gynt by Henrik IBSEN, translated by William and Charles Archer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters, Act 2.
Young Per Gynt, read by Kristingj. Ingrid,
read by Patty Cunningham.
Åsa,
read by Amy Graymore.
Solveig's father,
read by Marty Chris.
Solveig's mother,
read by Ariel Lipshaw.
First Satyr Girl,
read by Cheyenne Donnell.
Second Satyr Girl,
read by Goldfish.
Third, said a girl.
Recording by Kathy Barrett.
The green-clad one.
Read by Pitface.
The Man of the Dovre.
Read by Ron Altman.
The Troll Courtier.
Read by Algie Pag.
First Troll Imp.
Read by Marty Chris.
Second Troll Imp.
Read by Marty Chris.
A Troll Maiden.
Read by Lucy Perry.
First Troll Witch.
Read by Nadine Kurt-Boulet.
Second Troll Witch.
Read by Charlotte Duckett.
A Voice in the Darkness.
Read by Paul Newman, story folk singer.
Bird Cries.
Read by Patty Cunningham.
Helga.
Read by Tiffany Halla Colonna.
Solveig.
Read by Elizabeth Klett.
Narrator.
Read by Cynthia Moyer. Act 2, Scene 1. A narrow path high up in the mountains. Early morning. Per Gynt comes hastily and sullenly along the path. Ingrid, still wearing some of her bridal ornaments, is trying to hold him back.
Get you from me!
Ingrid, weeping.
After this, Pierre, whither?
Where you will for me.
Ingrid, wringing her hands.
Oh, what falsehood!
Useless railing. Each alone must go his way.
Sin, and sin again unites us.
Devil take all recollections. Devil take the tribe over women. All but one.
Who is that one, pray?
'Tis not you.
Who is it then?
Go! Go thither whence you came. Off! To your father!
Dearest, sweetest.
Peace.
You cannot mean it, surely, what you're saying.
Can and do.
First to lure, and then forsake me.
And what terms have you to offer?
Hegstead Farm, and more besides.
Is your psalm-book in your kerchief? Where's the gold mane on your shoulder? Do you glance down your apron? Do you hold your mother's skirt-fold? Speak!
No, but...
Went you to the pasture this last springtide?
No, but, Père...
Is there shyness in your glances? When I beg, can you deny?
Heaven, I think his wits are going.
Does your presence sanctify? Speak!
No, but...
What's all the rest, then?
Going. Ingrid, blocking his way.
Know you it will cost your neck should you fail me.
What do I care?
You may win both wealth and honor if you take me.
Can't afford.
Ingrid, bursting into tears.
Oh, but you lured me.
You were willing.
I was desperate.
Frantic I.
Ingrid, threatening.
Dearly shall you pay for this.
Dearest payment cheap, I'll reckon.
Is your purpose set?
Like flint.
Good. We'll see then who's the winner.
Goes downwards. Per stands silent a moment, then cries,
Devil take all recollections. Devil take the tribe over women.
Ingrid, turning her head and calling mockingly upwards,
All but one.
Yes, all but one.
They go their several ways. End of Scene 1. Act 2, Scene 2. Near a mountain tarn. The ground is soft and marshy round about. A storm is gathering. Åsa enters, calling and gazing around her despairingly in every direction. Solveig has difficulty in keeping up with her. Solveig's father and mother, with Helga, are some way behind. Åsa, tossing about her arms and tearing her hair.
All things are against me with wrathful might. Heaven and the waters and the grisly mountains. Fog scuds from heaven roll down to bewilder him. The treacherous waters are lurking to murder him. The mountains would crush him with landslip and rift. And the people, too. They're out after his life. God knows they shan't have it. I can't bear to lose him. Oh, the oaf, to think that the fiend should tempt him.
Turning to Solveig.
Now isn't it clean unbelievable, this? He that did naught but romance and tell lies. He whose sole strength was the strength of his jaw. He that never did a stroke of true work. He... Oh, a body could both cry and laugh. Oh, we clung closely in sorrow and need. You must know that my husband, he drank, loafed round the parish to roister and prate, wasted and trampled our gear underfoot. And meanwhile, at home, there sat Pearkin and I. The best we could do was try to forget, for ever I've found it so hard to bear up. It's a terrible thing to look fate in the eyes, and of course one is glad to be quit of one's cares, and try all one can to keep thought far away. Some take to brandy and others to lies, and why, we took to fairy tales of princes and trolls and of all sorts of beasts, and of bride rapes as well. Ah, but who could have dreamt that those devil's yarns would have stuck in his head?
In a fresh access of terror.
Who? What a scream! It's the Nixie or Drow. Per! Per! Up there on that hillock!
She runs to the top of a little rise and looks out over the tarn. Solveig's father and mother come up.
Not a sign to be seen.
Solveig's father quietly.
It is worst for him.
Åsa weeping.
Oh, my Per! Oh, my own lost lamb!
Solveig's father nods mildly.
You may well say lost.
Oh, no, don't talk like that. He is so clever. There's no one like him.
You foolish woman.
Oh, I. Foolish I am. But the boy's all right.
Solveig's father still softly and with mild eyes.
His heart is hardened. His soul is lost.
Åsa in terror.
No, he can't be so hard. Our Lord.
Do you think he can sigh for his debt of sin?
Åsa eagerly.
No, but he can ride through the air on a buck, though.
Christ, are you mad?
Why, what do you mean?
Never a deed is too great for him. You shall see, if only he lives so long.
Best if you saw him on the gallows hanging.
Åsa shrieks.
Ah! Oh, cross of Christ!
In the hangman's hands, it may be his heart would be turned to repentance.
Åsa bewildered.
Oh, you'll soon talk me out of my senses. We must find him.
To rescue his soul.
And his body. If he's stuck in the swamp, we must drag him out. If he's taken by trolls, we must ring the bells for him.
Here's a sheep's path.
The Lord will repay you your guidance and help.
It's a Christian's duty.
Then the others, fie. They are heathens all. There wasn't one that would go with us.
They knew him too well.
He was too good for them.
Wrings her hands.
And to think that his life is at stake.
Here are tracks of a man.
Then it's here we must search.
We'll scatter around on this side of our satyr.
He and his wife go on ahead. Solveig to Åsa.
Say on. Tell me more.
Åsa drying her eyes.
Of my son, you mean?
Yes, tell everything.
Åsa smiles and tosses her head.
Everything? Soon you'd be tired.
Sooner by far will you tire of the telling than I of the hearing.
End of Scene 2. Act 2, Scene 3. Low, treeless heights close under the mountain moorlands, peaks in the distance. The shadows are long, it is late in the day. Per Gynt comes running at full speed and stops short on the hillside.
The parish is all at my heels in a pack, every man of them armed, or with gun or with club. Foremost I hear the old Hegstad churl howling. Now it's noised far and wide that Per Gynt is abroad. It is different, this, from a bout with a smith. This is life, every limb grows as strong as a bear's.
Strikes out with his arms and leaps in the air.
To crush, overturn, stem the rush of the foss. To strike, wrench the fir tree right up by the root. This is life. This both hardens and lifts one high. To hell then with all of the savourless lies.
3 satyr girls rush across the hillside, screaming and singing.
To crush Trond of the Valfjeld, Bard and Cora, Trollpack, tonight would you sleep in our arms?
To whom are you calling?
To the trolls, to the trolls.
Trond, come with kindness.
Bard, come with force.
The cots in the satyr are all standing empty.
Force is kindness.
And kindness is force.
If lads are a-wanting, one plays with the trolls.
Why, where are the lads then?
All 3, with a hoarse laugh.
They cannot come hither.
Mine called me his sweetheart and called me his darling. Now he has married a grey-headed widow.
Mine met a gypsy wench north on the upland. Now they are tramping the country together.
Mine put an end to our bastard brat. Now his head's grinning aloft on a stake.
Trond of the Valfjeld, Bard and Cora, Trollpack, tonight would you sleep in our arms?
Per stands with a sudden leap in the midst of them.
I'm a 3-headed troll, and the boy for 3 girls.
Are you such a lad, eh?
You shall judge for yourself.
To the hut, to the hut.
We have need.
Let it flow.
No cot shall stand empty this Saturday night.
Second girl, kissing him.
He sparkles and glisters like white-heated iron.
Third girl, doing likewise.
Mwah! Like a baby's eyes from the blackest tarn.
Per dancing in the midst of them.
Heavy of heart and wanton of mind, the eyes full of laughter, the throat of tears.
The girls, making mocking gestures towards the mountain tops, screaming and singing.
Heavy of Trond of the Valfjeld, Bard and Cora, Trollpack, tonight will you sleep in our arms?
They dance away over the heights with Per Gynt in their midst. End of Scene 3. Act 2, Scene 4. Among the Ronde Mountains. Sunset. Shining snow peaks all around. Per Gynt enters, dizzy and bewildered.
Tower over tower arises. Hey, what a glittering gate! Stand, will you stand? It's drifting further and further away. High on the vane the cock stands, lifting his wings for flight. Blue spread the rifts and bluer, locked is the fell and barred. What are those trunks and tree roots that grow from the ridge's clefts? They are warriors, heron-footed. Now they too are fading away. A shimmering like rainbow streamers goes shooting through eyes and brain. What is it, that far-off chiming? What's weighing my eyebrows down? How my forehead's throbbing, a tightening red-hot ring. I cannot think who the devil has bound it around my head.
Sinks down.
Flight over the edge of Gendin, stuff and accursed lies. Up o'er the steepest hill wall, with the bride and a whole day drunk, hunted by hawks and falcons, threatened by trolls and such, sporting with crazy wenches, lies and accursed stuff.
Gazes long upwards.
Yonder sail 2 brown eagles, southward the wild geese fly, and here I must splash and stumble in quagmire and filth knee deep.
Springs up.
I'll fly too. I will wash myself clean in the bath of the keenest winds. I'll fly high. I will plunge myself fair in the glorious christening font. I will soar far over the Sæter. I will ride myself pure of soul. I will forth over the salt sea waters, and high over England's prince. Aye, gaze as ye may, young maidens, my ride is for none of you. You're wasting your time in waiting, yet maybe I'll swoop down too. What has come of the 2 brown eagles? They've vanished the devil knows where. There's the peak of a gable rising, it's soaring on every hand. It's growing from out of the ruins. See the gateway standing wide. Ha ha, yonder house, I know it. It's grandfather's new-built farm. Gone are the clouds from the windows, the crazy old fence is gone. The lights gleam from every casement. There's a feast in the hall tonight. There, that was the provost clinking the back of his knife on his glass. There's the captain, flinging his bottle, and shivering the mirror to bits. Let them waste, let it all be squandered. Peace, mother, what need we care? 'Tis the rich Jon Gynt gives the banquet. Hurrah for the race of Gynt! What's all this bustle and hubbub? Why do they shout and bawl? The captain is calling the sun in. Oh, the provost should drink my health. In then, Per Gynt, to the judgment. It rings forth in song and shout. Per Gynt, thou art come of great things, and great things shall come of thee.
Leaps forward, but runs his head against a rock, falls, and remains stretched on the ground. End of Scene 4. Act 2, Scene 5. A hillside wooded with great soughing trees. Stars are gleaming through the leaves. Birds are singing in the tree tops. A green-clad woman is crossing the hillside. Per Gynt follows her, with all sorts of lover-like antics. The green-clad one stops and turns round.
Is it true?
Per, drawing his finger across his throat.
As true as my name is Per. As true as that you are a lovely woman. Will you have me? You'll see what a fine man I'll be. You shall neither tread the loom nor turn the spindle. You shall eat all you want till you're ready to burst. I never will drag you about by the hair.
Nor beat me.
No, can you think I would? We king's sons never beat women and such.
You're a king's son.
Yes.
I'm the Dovre king's daughter.
Are you? See there now, how well that fits in.
Deep in the round at his father's palace.
My mother's is bigger, and much I'm mistaken.
Do you know my father? His name is King Brose.
Do you know my mother? Her name is Queen Åsa.
When my father is angry, the mountains are riven.
They reel when my mother by chance falls a scolding.
My father can kick in the loftiest roof tree.
My mother can ride through the rapidest river.
Have you other garments besides those rags?
How? You should just see my Sunday clothes.
My weekday gown is of golden silk.
It looks to me like a tow and straws.
Hey, there is one thing you must remember. This is the Rande folks use and want. All our positions have twofold form. When you shall come to my father's hall, it well may chance that you're on the point of thinking you stand in a dismal moraine.
Well now, with us it's precisely the same. Our gold will seem to you litter and trash, and you'll think, mayhap, every glittering pane is naught but a bunch of old stockings and clouds.
Black it seems white, ugly seems fair.
Big it seems little, and dirty seems clean.
The green-clad one falling on his neck.
Aye, Pierre, now I see that we fit, you and I.
Like the leg and the trouser, the hair and the comb.
The green-clad one calls away over the hillside.
Bridle steed, bridle steed, bridle steed mine!
A gigantic pig comes running in with a rope's end for a bridle and an old sack for a saddle. Per Gynt vaults on its back and seats the green-clad one in front of him.
Hark away! Through the Ronde gate gallop we in. Gee up, my courser fine.
The green-clad one, tenderly.
But lately I wandered and moped and pined. One never can tell what may happen to one.
Per, thrashing the pig and trotting off.
You may know the great by their riding gear.
End of Scene 5. Act 2, Scene 6. The royal hall of the King of the Dovre Trolls. A great assembly of troll courtiers, gnomes, and brownies. The old man of the Dovre sits on the throne, crowned and with his sceptre in his hand. His children and nearest relations are ranged on both sides. Per Gynt stands before him. Violent commotion in the hall.
Slay him! A Christian man's son has deluded the Dovre king's loveliest maid.
May I hack him on the fingers?
May I tug him by the hair?
Hoo-hay! Let me bite him in the haunches.
A troll witch with a ladle.
Shall he be boiled into broth and brie?
Another troll witch with a chopper.
Shall he roast on a spit, or be browned in a stewpan.
Ice to your blood, friends.
Beckons his counselors nearer around him.
Don't let us talk big. We've been drifting astern in these latter years. We can't tell what's going to stand or to fall, and there's no sense in turning recruits away. Besides, the lad's body has scarce a blemish, and he's strongly built, too, if I see aright. It's true, he has only a single head, but my daughter, too, has no more than one. 3-headed trolls are going clean out of fashion. One hardly sees a 2-header now, and even those heads are but so-so ones.
To Per Gynt.
It's my daughter, then, you demand of me?
Your daughter and the realm to her dowry, yes.
You shall have the half, while I'm still alive, and the other half when I come to die.
I'm content with that.
Aye, but stop, my lad. You also have some undertakings to give. If you break even one, the whole pact's at an end, and you'll never get away from here living. First of all, you must swear that you'll never give heed to aught that lies outside Ronde Hill's bounds. Day you must shun, and deeds, and each sunlit spot.
Only call me king, and that's easy to keep.
And next, now for putting your wits to the test.
Draws himself up in his seat. The oldest troll courtier, to Per Gynt.
Let us see if you have a wisdom tooth that can crack the Dovre King's riddle nut.
What difference is there twixt trolls and men?
No difference at all, as it seems to me. Big trolls would roast you, and small trolls would claw you. With us it were likewise, if only they dared.
True enough, in that and in more we're alike. Yet morning is morning, and even is even, and there is a difference all the same. Now, let me tell you wherein it lies. Out yonder, under the shining vault among men, the saying goes, Man, be thyself. At home here with us, mid the tribe of the trolls, the saying goes, Troll, to thyself be enough.
The troll courtier, to Per Gynt.
Can you fathom the depth?
It strikes me as misty.
My son, that enough, that most potent and sundering word, must be graven upon your escutcheon.
Per, scratching his head.
Well, but...
It must, if you here would be master.
Oh well, let it pass. After all, it's no worse.
And next, you must learn to appreciate our homely, everyday way of life.
He beckons. 2 trolls with pigs' heads, white nightcaps, and so forth, bring in food and drink.
The cow gives cakes, and the bullock mead. Ask not if its taste be sour or sweet. The main matter is, and you mustn't forget it, it's all of it home-brewed.
Per, pushing the things away from him.
The devil fly off with your home-brewed drinks. I'll never get used to the ways of this land.
The bowl's given in, and it's fashioned of gold. Whoso owns the gold bowl, him my daughter holds dear.
Per, pondering.
It is written, Thou shalt bridle the natural man. And I dare say the drink may in time seem less sour. So be it.
Complies.
Aye, that was sagaciously said. You spit?
One must trust to the force of habit.
And next, you must throw off your Christian man's garb. For this you must know to our Dover's renown, here all things are mountain-made, naughts from the dale, except the silk bow at the end of your tail.
Per, indignant.
I haven't a tail.
Then of course you must get one. See my Sunday tail, Chamberlain, fastened to him.
I'll be hanged if you do. Would you make me a fool?
None comes courting my child with no tail at his rear.
Make a beast of a man.
Nay, my son, you mistake. I make you a mannerly wooer, no more. A bright orange bow we'll allow you to wear, and that passes here for the highest of honors.
Per, reflectively.
It's true, as the saying goes, man's but a mote, and it's wisest to follow the fashion a bit. Tie away.
You're a tractable fellow, I see.
Just try with what grace you can waggle and whisk it.
Per, peevishly.
Ha! Would you force me to go still further? Do you ask me to give up my Christian faith?
Now that you are welcome to keep in peace, doctrine goes free. Upon that there's no duty. It's the outward cut one must tell a troll by. If we're only at one in our manners and dress, you may hold as your faith what to us is a horror.
Why, in spite of your many conditions, you are a more reasonable chap than one have might expected.
We troll folk, my son, are less black than we're painted. That's another distinction between you and us. But the serious part of the meeting is over. Now let us gladden our ears and our eyes. Music maid, forth! Set the Dobra harp sounding. Dancing maid, forth! Tread the Dobra hall's floor.
Music and a dance.
How like you it?
Like it?
Speak without fear. What see you?
Why, something unspeakably grim. A bell cow with her hoof on a gut harp strumming. A sow in socklets a trip to the tune.
I am.
His sense is but human, remember.
Who tear away both his ears and his eyes?
The green-clad one, weeping.
And this we must hear and put up with, when I and my sister make music and dance.
Oh, was it you? Well, a joke at the feast, you must know, is never unkindly meant.
Can you swear it was so?
Both the dance and the music were utterly charming. The cat claw me else.
This same human nature's a singular thing. It sticks to people so strangely long. If it gets a gash in the fight with us, it heals up at once, though a scar may remain. My son-in-law, now, is as pliant as any. He's willingly thrown off his Christian man's garb. He's willingly drunk from our chalice of mead. He's willingly tied on the tail to his back. So willing and short did we find him in all things, I thought to myself, the old Adam for certain had for good and all been kicked out of doors. But lo, in 2 shakes he's atop again. Ay, my son, we must treat you, I see, to cure this pestilent human nature.
What will you do?
In your left eye first I'll scratch you a bit till you see awry. But all that you see will seem fine and brave, and then I'll just cut your right window pane out.
Are you drunk?
The old man lays a number of sharp instruments on the table.
See, here are the glazier's tools. Blinkers you'll wear like a raging bull. Then you'll recognize that your bride is lovely, and ne'er will your vision be troubled as now, with bell cows harping and sows that dance.
This is madman's talk.
It's the Dobra King speaking. It's he that is wise, and it's you that are crazy.
Just think how much worry and mortification you'll thus escape from, year out, year in. You must remember, your eyes are the fountain of the bitter and searing lie of tears.
That's true. And it says in our sermon book, if thine eye offend thee, then pluck it out. But tell me, when will my sight heal up into human sight?
Nevermore, my friend.
Indeed. In that case, I'll take my leave.
What would you without?
I would go my way.
No, stop. It's easy to slip in here, but the Dover King's gate doesn't open outwards.
You wouldn't detain me by force, I hope.
Come now, just listen to reason, Prince Peer. You have gifts for trolldom. He acts, does he not, even now in a passably troll-like fashion? And you'd fain be a troll?
Yes, I would, sure enough, for a bride in a well-managed kingdom to boot. I can put up with losing a good many things. But there is a limit to all things on earth. The tale I've accepted. It's perfectly true, but no doubt I can lose what the chamberlain tied. My breeches I've dropped, they were old and patched, but no doubt I can button them on again, and likely enough I can slip my cable from these your doverified ways of life. I'm willing to swear that a cow is a maid, an oath one can always eat up again. But to know that one can never free oneself, that one can't even die like a decent soul, to live as a hill troll for all one's days, to feel that one never can beat a retreat, as the book has it, that's what your heart is set on, but that is a thing I can never agree to.
Now, sure as I live, I shall soon lose my temper, and then I am not to be trifled with. You pasty-faced loon! Do you know who I am? First, with my daughter you make too free.
There you lie in your throat.
You must marry her.
Do you dare to accuse me?
What, can you deny that you lusted for her in heart and eye?
Per, with a snort of contempt.
No more? Who the deuce cares a straw for that?
It's ever the same with this human kind. The spirit you're ready to own with your lips, but in fact nothing counts that your fists cannot handle. So you really think, then, that lust matters not? Wait, you shall soon have ocular proof of it.
You don't catch me with a bait of lies.
My Pierre, ere the year's out, you'll be a father.
Open doors! Let me go!
In a he-goat's skin you shall have the brat after you.
Per, mopping the sweat off his brow.
Would I could waken.
Shall we send him to the palace?
You can send him to the parish.
Well, well, Prince Peer, that's your own lookout. But one thing's certain, what's done is done, and your offspring, too, will be sure to grow. Such mongrels shoot up amazingly fast.
Old man, don't act like a headstrong ox. Have reason, maiden. Let's come to terms. You must know I'm neither a prince nor rich. And whether you measure or whether you weigh me, be sure you won't gain much by making me yours.
The green-clad one is taken ill, and is carried out by troll-maids. The old man looks at Per for a while in high disdain, then says,
Dash him to shards on the rock walls, children.
Oh, Dad, mayn't we play owl and eagle first? The wolf game, grey mouse and glow-eyed cat.
Yes, but quick, I am worried and sleepy. Good night.
He goes. Per, hunted by the troll imps.
Let me be, devil's imps.
Tries to escape up the chimney.
Come, brownies, come, nixies, bite him behind.
Ow!
Tries to slip down the cellar trap-door.
Shut up all the crannies.
Now the small fry are happy.
Per, struggling with a little imp that has bit himself fast to his ear.
Now the let go, will you, beast?
The courtier hitting him across the fingers.
Gently, you scamp, with a sign of royalty.
A rat-hole!
Runs to it.
Be quick, brother Nixie, and block it.
The old one was bad, but the youngsters are worse.
Slash him.
Oh, would I was small as a mouse.
Rushing around. The imps swarming round him.
Close the ring, close the ring.
Per, weeping.
Would that I were a louse.
He falls.
Now into his eyes.
Per, buried in a heap of imps.
Mother, help me, I die.
Church bells sound far away.
Bells in the mountain, the black fox howls.
The trolls take to flight amid a confused uproar of yells and shrieks. The palace collapses. Everything disappears. End of Scene 6. Act 2, Scene 7. Pitch darkness. Per Gynt is heard beating and slashing about him with a large bough.
Answer! Who are you?
Myself.
Clear the way!
Go round about, Peer. The hill's roomy enough.
Per tries to force a passage at another place, but strikes against something.
Go round about. Who are you?
Myself. Can you say the same?
I can say what I will, and my sword can smite. Mind yourself. Hey, now the blow falls crushing. King Saul slew hundreds, Per Gynt slew thousands.
Cutting and slashing.
Who are you?
Myself.
That stupid reply. You may spare, it doesn't clear up the matter. What are you?
The great boy.
Ah, indeed. The riddle was black, now I'd call it grey. Clear the way then, Boygd.
Go round about, Peer.
No, through.
Cuts and slashes.
There, he fell.
Tries to advance, but strikes against something.
Ho, ho! Are there more here?
The boy, Peer Gynt. The one. Only one. It's the boy that's unwounded, and the boy that was hurt. It's the boy that is dead, and the boy that's alive.
Per throws away the branch.
The weapon is troll-smeared, but I have my fists.
Fights his way forward.
I trust your fists, lad. Trust your body. Peer Gynt. So you'll reach the summit.
Per falling back again.
Forward or back, and it's just as far. Out or in, and it's just as straight. He's there, and he's round the bend. No sooner I'm out than I'm back in the ring. Name who you are. Let me see you. What are you?
The boy.
Per groping around.
Not dead, not living, all slimy misty, not so much as a shape. It's as bad as to battle in a cluster of snarling, half-wakened bears.
Screams.
Ah! Strike back at me, can't you?
The boy isn't mad.
Strike!
The boy strikes not.
Fight, you shall!
The great boy conquers, but does not fight.
Were there only a nixie here that you could prick me, were there only as much as a year-old troll, only something to fight with, but here there is nothing. Now he's snoring. Boyd!
What's your will?
Use force.
The great boy conquers in all things without it.
Per biting his own arms and hands.
Claws and ravening teeth in my flesh, I must feel the drip of my own warm blood.
A sound is heard like the wing strokes of great birds.
Comes he now, boy?
Aye, step by step.
All our sisters are far off. Gather here to the tryst.
If you'd save me now, lass, you must do it quick. Gaze not down so, lowly and bending, your clasp book. Hurl it straight into his eyes.
He totters.
We have him.
Sisters, make haste.
To dare the purchase one pays for life, in such a heart-wasting hour of strife.
Sinks down.
Boig, there he's fallen. Seize him, seize him.
A sound of bells and of psalm singing is heard far away. The boy shrinks up to nothing and says in a gasp,
He was too strong. There were women behind him.
End of Scene 7. Act 2, Scene 8. Sunrise. The mountainside in front of Åsa's theatre. The door is shut, All is silent and deserted. Per Gynt is lying asleep by the wall of this theatre. Per wakens and looks about him with dull and heavy eyes. He spits.
What wouldn't I give for a pickled herring?
Spits again, and at the same moment catches sight of Helga, who appears carrying a basket of food.
Ah, child, are you there? What is it you want?
It is Solveig.
Per, jumping up.
Where is she?
Behind the setter.
Solveig, unseen.
If you come nearer, I'll run away.
Per, stopping short.
Perhaps you're afraid I might take you in my arms?
For shame.
Do you know where I was last night? Like a horsefly, the Dovre king's daughter is after me.
Then it was well that the bells were set ringing.
Per Gynt's not the lad they can lure astray. What do you say?
Helga, crying.
Oh, she is running away.
Running after her.
Wait.
Per catches her by the arm.
Look here, what I have in my pocket. A silver button, child. You shall have it. Only speak for me.
Let me be. Let me go.
There, you have it.
Let go. There's the basket of food.
God pity you if you don't.
Oh, how you scare me.
Per, gently, letting her go.
No, I only meant, beg her not to forget me.
Helga runs off. End of Act 2. Act 3 of Per Gynt by Henrik Ibsen, translated by William and Charles Archer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters, Act 3.
Young Per Gynt, read by Kristingj. Åse,
read by Amy Graymore.
Kari,
read by Carol Box.
Solveig,
read by Elizabeth Klett.
The Old Woman,
read by Pitface.
The Brat,
read by Charlotte Duckett.
Narrator,
read by Cynthia Moyer. Act 3, Scene 1. Deep in the pine woods, grey autumn weather, snow is falling. Per Gynt stands in his shirt sleeves, felling timber. Per hewing at a large fir tree with twisted branches.
Oh, aye, you are tough, you ancient churl, but it's all in vain, for you'll soon be down.
Hews at it again.
I see well enough you've a chain-mail shirt, but I'll hew it through, were it never so stout. Aye, aye, you're shaking your twisted arms. You've reason enough for your spite and rage, but none the less you must bend a knee.
Breaks off suddenly.
Lies! 'Tis an old tree and nothing more. Lies! It was never a steel-clad churl. It's only a fir tree with fissured bark. It is heavy labour, this hewing timber, but the devil and all when you hew and dream too. I'll have done with it all, with this dwelling in mist, and broad awake, dreaming your senses away. You're an outlaw, lad. You are banned to the woods.
Hews for a while rapidly.
Aye, an outlaw, aye. You've no mother now to spread your table and bring you food. If you'd eat, my lad, you must help yourself. Fetch your rations raw from the wood and stream. Split your own fir root and light your own fire. Bustle around and arrange and prepare things. Would you clothe yourself warmly, you must stalk your deer. Would you found you a house, you must quarry the stones. Would you build up its walls, you must fell the logs, and shoulder them all to the building place.
His axe sinks down. He gazes straight in front of him.
Brave shall the building be. Tower and vane shall rise from the roof tree, high and fair. And then I will carve for the nub on the gable a mermaid shaped like a fish from the navel. Brass shall there be on the vane and the door locks. Glass I must see and get hold of too. Strangers passing shall ask amazed what it is glittering far on the hillside.
Laughs angrily.
Devil's own lies! There they come again. You're an outlaw, lad.
Hewing vigorously.
A bark-thatched hovel is shelter enough both in rain and frost.
Looks up at the tree.
Now he stands wavering. There, only a kick, and he topples and measures his length on the ground. The thick swarming undergrowth shudders around him.
Begins lopping the branches from the trunk. Suddenly he listens and stands motionless with his axe in the air.
There's someone after me. Aye, are you that sort, old Hegstad churl? Would you play me false?
Crouches behind the tree and peeps over it.
A lad? One only? He seems afraid. He peers all round him. What's that he hides neath his jacket? A sickle. He stops and looks around. Now he lays his hand on the fence rail flat. What's this now? Why does he lean like that? Ugh! Ugh! Why, he's chopped his finger off! A whole finger off! He bleeds like an ox. Now he takes to his heels with his fist in a cloud.
Rises.
What a devil of a lad! An unmendable finger. Right off. And with no one compelling him to. Oh, now I remember. It's only thus you can escape from having to serve the king. That's it. They wanted to send him soldiering, and of course the lad didn't want to go. But to chop it off, to sever for good and all, aye, think of it. Wish it done. Will it to boot, but do it? No, that's past my understanding.
Shakes his head a little, then goes on with his work. End of Scene 1. Act 3, Scene 2. A room in Åsa's house. Everything in disorder. Boxes standing open. Wearing apparel strewn around. A cat is lying on the bed. Åsa and the cottar's wife are hard at work packing things together and putting them straight. Åsa, running to one side.
Kari, come here.
What now?
Åsa, on the other side.
Come here. Where shall I find? Tell me where. What am I seeking? I'm out of my wits. Where is the key of the chest?
In the keyhole.
What is that rumbling?
The last cartload. They're driving to Hegstad.
Åsa, weeping.
Oh, how glad I'd be in the black chest myself to be driven away. Oh, what must a mortal abide and live through? God help me in mercy. The whole house is bare. What the Hegstad churl left now the bailiff has taken. Not even the clothes on my back have they spared. Fie, shame on them all that have judged so hardly.
Seats herself on the edge of the bed.
Both the land and the farm place are lost to our line. The old man was hard, but the law was still harder. There was no one to help me, and none would show mercy. Per was away, not a soul to give counsel.
But here, in this house, you may dwell till you die.
Aye, the cat and I live on charity.
God help you, mother. Your pails cost you dear.
Per! Why, you're out of your senses, sure. Ingrid came home none the worse in the end. The right thing had been to hold Satan to reckoning. He was the sinner. Aye, he and none other. The ugly beast tempted my poor boy astray.
Had I not better send word to the parson? Mayhap you're worse than you think you are.
To the parson? Truly, I almost think so.
Starts up.
But, oh God, I can't. I'm the boy's own mother, and help him I must. It's no more than my duty. I must do what I can when the rest forsake him. They've left him this coat. I must patch it up. I wish I dared snap up the fur rug as well. What's come of the hose?
They are there, mid that rubbish.
Åsa, rummaging about.
Why, what have we here? I declare it's an old casting ladle, Kari. With this he would play button moulder, would melt and then shape and then stamp them. One day, there was company, in the boy came and begged of his father a lump of tin. No tin, says John, but King Christian's coin, silver, to show you're the son of John Gynt. God pardon him, John. He was drunk, you see, and then he cared neither for tin nor for gold. Here are the hose. Oh, they're nothing but holes. They want darning, Carrie.
Indeed, but they do.
When that is done, I must get to bed. I feel so broken and frail and ill.
Joyfully.
2 woolen shirts, Carrie. They've passed them by.
So they have indeed.
It's a bit of luck. One of the 2 you may put aside, or rather, I think we'll e'en take them both. The one he has on is so worn and thin.
But oh, Mother Ursa, I fear it's a sin.
Maybe. But remember, the priest holds out pardon for this and our other sinnings.
End of Scene 2. Act 3, Scene 3. In front of a settler's newly built hut in the forest. A reindeer's horns over the door. The snow is lying deep around. It is dusk. Per Gynt is standing outside the door, fastening a large wooden bar to it. Per, laughing between whiles.
Bars I must fix me. Bars that can fasten the door against trollfolk and men and women. Bars I must fix me. Bars that can shut out all the cantankerous little hobgoblins. They come with the darkness. They knock and they rattle. Open, Per Gynt, we're as nimble as thoughts are. 'Neath the bedstead we bustle, we rake in the ashes. Down the chimney we hustle like fiery-eyed dragons. He, Per Gynt, think your staples and planks can shut out cantankerous hobgoblin thoughts?
Solveig comes on snowshoes over the heath. She has a shawl over her head and a bundle in her hand.
God prosper your labour. You must not reject me. You sent for me hither, and so you must take me.
Solveig? It cannot be. Ay, but it is. And you're not afraid to come near me?
One message you sent me by little Helga. Others came after in storm and in stillness. All that your mother told bore me a message that brought forth others when dreams sank upon me. Nights full of heaviness, blank empty days brought me the message that now I must come. It seemed as though life had been quenched down there. I could not laugh nor weep from the depths of my heart. I knew not for sure how you might be minded. I knew but for sure what I should do and must do.
But your father?
In all of God's wide earth, I have none I can call either father or mother. I have loosed me from all of them.
Solveig, you fair one, and to come to me?
Ay, to you alone. You must be all to me, friend and consoler.
In tears.
The worst was leaving my little sister, but parting from father was worse, still worse, and worst to leave her at whose breast I was born. Oh no, God forgive me, the worst I must call the sorrow of leaving them all, ay, all.
And you know the doom that was passed in spring? It forfeits my farm and my heritage.
Think you for heritage, goods and gear, I forsook the paths all my dear ones tread?
And know you the compact? Outside the forest, whoever may meet me may seize me at will.
I ran upon snowshoes. I asked my way on. They said, "Whither go you?" I answered, "I go home."
Away, away then with nails and planks. No need for bars against hobgoblin thoughts. If you dare dwell with the hunter here, I know the hut will be blessed from ill. Solveig, let me look at you. Not too near, only look at you. Oh, but you are bright and pure. Let me lift you. Oh, but you are fine and light. Let me carry you, Solveig, and I'll never be tired. I will not soil you. With outstretched arms I will hold you far out from me, lovely and warm one. Oh, who would have thought I could draw you to me? Ah, but I have longed for you day long and night long. Here you may see I've been hewing and building. It must down again, dear. It is ugly and mean.
Be it mean or brave, here is all to my mind. One so lightly draws breath in the teeth of the wind. Down below it was airless, one felt as though choked. That was partly what drove me in fear from the dale. But here, with the fir branches soughing o'erhead, what a stillness and song! I am here in my home.
And you know that surely, for all your days.
The path I have trodden leads back nevermore.
You are mine, then. In the room, let me see you. Go in. I must go to fetch fir root for fuel. Warm shall the fire be, and bright shall it shine. You shall sit softly and never be a cold.
He opens the door. Solveig goes in. He stands still for a while, then laughs aloud with joy and leaps into the air.
My king's daughter! Now I have found her and won her. Hey, how the palace shall rise deeply founded!
He seizes his axe and moves away. At the same moment an old-looking woman, in a tattered green gown, comes out from the wood. An ugly brat, with an ale-flagon in his hand, limps after, holding on to her skirt.
Good evening, Peter Lightfoot.
What is it? Who's there?
Old friend of yours, Per Gynt. My home is nearby. We are neighbors.
Indeed? That is more than I know.
Even as your hut was builded, mine built itself too.
Per, going.
I'm in a haste.
Yes, that you are always, my lad. But I'll trudge behind you and catch you at last.
You're mistaken, good woman.
I was so before. I was when you promised such mighty fine things.
I promised? What in devil's own nonsense is this?
You've forgotten the night when you drank with my sire. You forgot?
I forgot what I never have known. What is this that you prate of? When last did we meet?
The last we met was the first time we met.
To the brat.
Give your father a drink. He is thirsty, I'm sure.
Father? You drunk woman. Do you call him?
I should think you might well know the pig by its skin. Why, where are your eyes? Can't you see that he's lame in his shank, just as you too are lame in your soul?
Would you have me believe?
Would you wriggle away?
This long-legged urchin!
He shot up a pace.
Dare you, you troll snout, father on me?
Come now, Per Gynt, you're as rude as an ox.
Weeping.
Is it my fault if no longer I'm fair, as I was when you lured me on the hillside and lay? Last fall in my labor, the fiend held my back, and so 'twas no wonder I came out a fright. But if you would see me as fair as before, you have only to turn yonder girl out of doors, drive her clean out of your sight and your mind. Do this, dear my love, and I'll soon lose my snout.
Begone from me, troll witch!
Aye, see if I do.
I'll split your skull open.
Just try if you dare. Ho ho, Per Gynt, I've no fear of blows. Be sure I'll return every day of the year. I'll set the door ajar and peep in at you both, when you're sitting with your girl on the fireside bench, when you're tender, Per Gynt, when you'd pet and caress her. I'll seat myself by you and ask for my share. She there and I, we will take you by turns. Farewell, dear my lad. You can marry tomorrow.
You nightmare of hell!
By the by, I forgot. You must rear your own youngster, you light-footed scamp. The limp, will you go to your father?
The brat spits at him.
Faugh! I'll chop you with my hatchet. Only wait, only wait!
The woman kisses the brat.
What a head he has on his shoulders, the dear. He'll be father's living image, when once you're a man.
Per, stamping.
Oh, would you were as far!
As we now are near?
Per, clenching his hands.
And all this?
For nothing but thoughts and desires. It is hard on you, Per.
It is worst for another. Solveig, my fairest, my purest gold.
Oh, aye, 'tis the guiltless must smart, said the devil. His mother boxed his ears when his father was drunk.
She trudges off into the thicket with the brat, who throws the flagon at Per Gynt. Per, after a long silence.
The boy said, "Go round about." So one must hear. There fell my fine palace, with crash and clatter. There's a wall around her whom I stood so near. Of a sudden all's ugly. My joy has grown old. Round about, lad! There's no way to be found right through all this from where you stand to her. Right through? Surely there should be one. There's a text on repentance, unless I mistake. But what? What is it? I haven't the book. I've forgotten it mostly. And here there is none that can guide me aright in the pathless wood. Repentance. And maybe it would take whole years ere I fought my way through. 'Twere a meagre life that, to shatter what's radiant and lovely and pure, and clinch it together in fragments and shards. You can do it with a fiddle, but not with a bell. Where you'd have the sword green, you must mind not to trample. 'Twas naught but a lie, though, that witch knout's business. Now all that foulness is well out of sight. Aye, out of sight maybe, not out of mind. Thoughts will sneak stealthily in at my heel. Ingrid, and the three, they that danced on the heights, will they too want to join us? With vixenish spite will they claim to be folded like her to my breast, to be tenderly lifted on outstretched arms? Round about, lad, though my arms were as long as the root of the fir, or the pine tree's stem, I think even then I should hold her too near. To set her down pure and untarnished again, I must round about here, then, as best I may, and see that it bring me nor gain nor loss. One must put such things from one, and try to forget.
Goes a few steps towards the hut, but stops again.
Go in after this, so befouled and disgraced? Go in with that troll rabble after me still? Speak, yet be silent. Confess, yet conceal.
Throws away his axe.
It's holy day evening. For me to keep tryst, such as now I am, would be sacrilege.
Solveig in the doorway.
Are you coming?
Per, half aloud.
Round about.
What?
You must wait. It is dark, and I've got something heavy to fetch.
Wait, I will help you. The burden we'll share.
No, stay where you are. I must bear it alone.
But don't go too far, dear.
Be patient, my girl. Be my way long or short, you must wait.
Solveig nodding to him as he goes.
Yes, I'll wait.
Per Gynt goes down the wood path. Solveig remains standing in the open half door. End of Scene 3. Act 3, Scene 4. Åsa's room. Evening. The room is lighted by a wood fire on the open hearth. A cat is lying on a chair at the foot of the bed. Åsa lies in the bed, fumbling about restlessly with her hands on the coverlet.
Oh, Lord my God, isn't he coming? The time drags so drearily on. I have no one to send with a message, and have much, oh, so much to say. I haven't a moment to lose now. So quickly. Who could have foreseen? Oh, me, if I only was certain I'd not been too strict with him.
Per Gynt enters.
Good evening.
The Lord give you gladness. You've come then, my boy, my dear. But how dare you show your face in the valley? You know your life's forfeit here.
Oh, life must then go as it may go. I felt that I must look in.
Ay, now Carrie is put to silence, and I can depart in peace.
Depart? Why, what are you saying? Where is it you think to go?
Alas, Per, the end is nearing. I have but a short time left.
Per writhing and walking towards the back of the room.
See there now, I'm fleeing from trouble. I thought at least here I'd be free. Are your hands and your feet cold, then?
Ay, Per, all will soon be o'er. When you see that my eyes are glazing, you must close them carefully. and then you must see to my coffin, and be sure it's a fine one, dear. Ah, no, by the by...
Be quiet. There's time yet to think of that.
I...
Looks restlessly around the room.
Here, you see the little they've left us? It's like them, just.
Per, with a writhe.
Again?
Harshly.
Well, I know it was my fault. What's the use of reminding me?
You? No, that accursed liquor. From that all the mischief came. Dear my boy, you know you'd been drinking, and then no one knows what he does. And besides, you'd been riding the reindeer. No wonder your head was turned.
Aye, of that yarn enough now. Enough of the whole affair. All that's heavy we'll let stand over, till after, some other day.
Sits on the edge of the bed.
Now, mother, we'll chat together, but only of this and that. Forget what's awry and crooked, and all that is sharp and sore. Why, see now, the same old pussy. So she's alive then still?
She makes such a noise o' nights now. You know what that bodes, my boy.
Per, changing the subject.
What news is there here in the parish?
Åsa, smiling.
There's somewhere about, they say, a girl who would fain to the uplands.
Per, hastily.
Mats Moen, is he content?
They say that she hears and heeds not the old people's prayers and tears. You ought to look in and see them. You, Per, might perhaps bring help.
The smith, what's become of him now?
Don't talk of that filthy smith. Her name I would rather tell you, the name of the girl, you know.
No, now we will chat together, but only of this and that. Forget what's awry and crooked, and all that is sharp and sore. Are you thirsty? I'll fetch you water. Can you stretch you? The bed is short. Let me see. If I don't believe now, it's the bed that I had when a boy. Do you mind, dear, how oft in the evenings you sat at my bedside here, and spread the fur coverlet over me, and sang many a lilt and lay?
Aye, mind you? And then we played sledges when your father was far abroad. The coverlet served for sledge, apron, and the floor for an ice-bound fjord.
Ah, but the best of all, though, mother, you mind that too? The best was the Fleetfoot horses.
Aye, think you that I forgot? It was Carrie's cat that we borrowed. It sat on the log-scooped chair.
To the castle west of the moon, and the castle east of the sun. To Soria Moria Castle the road ran both high and low. A stick that we found in the closet, for a whip-shaft you made it serve.
Right proudly I perked on the box seat.
Aye, you threw loose the reins, and kept turning round as we travelled, and asked me if I was cold. God bless you, ugly old mother. You were ever a kindly soul. What's hurting you now?
My back aches because of the hard bare boards.
Stretch yourself. I'll support you. There now, you're lying soft.
Åsa, uneasily.
No, Per, I'd be moving.
Moving?
Aye, moving. 'Tis ever my wish.
Ah, nonsense. Spread over you the bed fur. Let me sit at your bedside here. There, now we'll shorten the evening with many a lilt and lay.
Best bring from the closet the prayer book. I feel so uneasy of soul.
In Soria Moria Castle the king and the prince give a feast. On the sledge cushions lie and rest you. I'll drive you there over the heath.
But, Per, dear, am I invited?
Aye, that we are, both of us.
He throws a string round the back of the chair on which the cat is lying, takes up a stick, and seats himself at the foot of the bed.
Gee up! Will you stir yourself, black boy? Mother, you're not a cold. Aye, by the pace one knows it, when Grane begins to go.
Why, Per, what is it that's ringing?
The glittering sledge bells, dear.
Oh, mercy, how hollow it's rumbling.
We're just driving over a fjord.
I'm afraid. What is that I hear rushing and sighing so strange and wild?
It's the sough of the pine trees, mother, on the heath. Do you but sit still.
There's a sparkling and gleaming afar now. Whence comes all that blaze of light?
From the castle windows and doorways. Don't you hear? They are dancing.
Yes.
Outside the door stands Saint Peter, and prays you to enter in.
Does he greet us?
He does, with honor, and pours out the sweetest wine.
Wine? Has he cakes as well, Per?
Cakes? Aye, a heaped up dish, and the dean's wife is getting ready. Your coffee and your dessert.
Oh, Christ, shall we two come together?
As freely as ever you will.
Oh, dearie Per, what a frolic you're driving me to, poor soul.
Per, cracking his whip.
Gee up, will you stir yourself, black boy?
Per, dear, you're driving right?
Per, cracking his whip again.
Aye, broad is the way.
This journey, it makes me so weak and tired.
There's the castle rising before us. The drive will be over soon.
I will lie back and close my eyes then, and trust me to you, my boy.
Come up with you, Grane, my trotter. In the castle the throng is great. They bustle and swarm to the gateway. Per Gynt and his mother are here. What say you, Master Saint Peter? Shall mother not enter in? You may search a long time, I tell you, ere you find such an honest old soul. Myself I don't want to speak of. I can turn at the castle gate. If you'll treat me, I'll take it kindly. If not, I'll go off just as pleased. I have made up as many flim-flams as the devil at the pulpit desk, and called my old mother a hen too, because she would cackle and crow. But her you shall honour and reverence, and make her at home indeed. There comes not a soul to beat her, from the parishes nowadays. Ho, ho, here comes God the Father. Saint Peter, you're in for it now.
In a deep voice.
Have done with these jack-in-office airs, sir. Mother also shall enter free.
Laughs loudly and turns towards his mother.
Aye, didn't I know that would happen? Now they dance to another tune.
Uneasily.
Why, what makes your eyes so glassy? Mother, have you gone out of your wits?
Goes to the head of the bed.
You mustn't lie there and stare so. Speak, mother. It is I, your boy.
Feels her forehead and hands cautiously. Then throws the string on the chair and says softly,
Aye, aye, you can rest yourself, Grane, for even now the journey's done.
Closes her eyes and bends over her.
For all of your days I thank you, for beatings and lullabies. But see, you must thank me back now.
Presses his cheek against her mouth.
There. That was the driver's fare.
The cottar's wife, entering.
What? Per! Oh, then we are over the worst of the sorrow and need. Dear Lord, but she's sleeping soundly. Or can she be?
Hush, she's dead.
Kari weeps beside the body. Per Gynt walks up and down the room for some time. At last he stops beside the bed.
See mother buried with honour. I must try to fare forth from here.
Are you faring afar?
To seaward.
So far?
Aye, and further still.
He goes. End of Scene 4. End of Act 3. Act 4, Part 1 of Per Gynt by Henrik Ibsen. Translated by William and Charles Archer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters, Act 4, Part 1.
Middle-aged Per Gynt.
Read by Max Schörlinge.
Trumpeterstrala.
Read by Bev Stevens.
Mr. Cotton.
Read by Bob Gonzalez.
Monsieur Ballon.
Read by Nathaniel W.C. Higgins.
Von Eberkopf.
Read by Carlson.
First slave.
Read by Phil Benson.
Second slave.
Read by Cliff Thompson.
An officer.
Read by David Lawrence.
The thief.
Read by Nathaniel W.C. Higgins.
The receiver.
Read by Nathaniel W.C. Higgins.
Anitra.
Performed by Liberty Stump.
Chorus of Girls.
Performed by Liberty Stump.
By Jeannie D.
And
by Nadine Kurt-Boulet.
Narrator.
Read by Cynthia Moyer. Act 4, Scene 1. On the southwest coast of Morocco, a palm grove. Under an awning, on ground covered with matting, a table spread for dinner. Further back in the grove, hammocks are slung. In the offing lies a steam yacht, flying the Norwegian and American colours. A jolly boat drawn up on the beach. It is towards sunset. Per Gynt, a handsome middle-aged gentleman in an elegant travelling dress, with a gold-rimmed double eyeglass hanging at his waistcoat, is doing the honours at the head of the table. Mr. Cotton, Monsieur Ballon, Herr von Eberkopf, and Herr Trumpeter Stralle are seated at the table finishing dinner.
Drink, gentlemen. If man is made for pleasure, let him take his fill then. You know it is written, lost is lost, and gone is gone. What may I hand you?
As host, your princely, Brother Gynt.
I share the honor with my cash, with cook and steward.
Very well. Let's pledge a toast to all the four.
Monsieur, you have a gout. A tone that nowadays is seldom met with among men living en garçon. A certain... what's the word?
A dash, a tinge of free soul contemplation and cosmopolitanization. An outlook through the cloudy rifts, by narrow prejudice unhemmed, a stamp of high illumination, an Urnatur with lore of life to crown the trilogy united. Nicht wahr, monsieur? 'Twas that you meant?
Yes, very possibly. Not quite so loftily it sounds in French.
Ay was, that language is so stiff. But the phenomenon's final cause, if we would seek?
It's found already. The reason is that I'm unmarried. Yes, gentlemen, completely clear the matter is. What should a man be? Himself is my concise reply. He should regard himself and his. But can he, as a sumptuous mule, for others' woe and others' weal?
But this same in and for yourselfness, I'll answer for't, has cost you strife.
Yes, indeed, in former days. But always I came off with honor. Yet one time I ran very near to being trapped against my will. I was a brisk and handsome lad, and she to whom my heart was given, she was of royal family.
Of royal?
Per, carelessly.
One of those old stocks. You know the kind.
Trumpeter Stralle, thumping the table.
Those noble trolls.
Per, shrugging his shoulders.
Old fossil highnesses who make it their pride to keep plebeian blots excluded from their lines escutcheon.
Then nothing came of the affair?
The family opposed the marriage.
Far from it.
Per, with forbearance.
You understand that certain circumstances made for their marrying us without delay, but, truth to tell, the whole affair was, first to last, distasteful to me. I'm finical in certain ways, and like to stand on my own feet. And when my father-in-law came out with delicately veiled demands that I should change my name and station and undergo ennoblement, with much else that was most distasteful, not to say quite unacceptable, why, then I gracefully withdrew, point-blank declined his ultimatum, and so renounced my youthful bride.
Drums on the table with a devout air.
Yes, there is a ruling fate. On that we mortals may rely, and 'tis a comfortable knowledge.
And so the matter ended, eh?
Oh, no, far otherwise I found it. For busybodies mixed themselves with furious outcries in the business. The juniors of the clan were worst. With 7 of them I fought a duel. That time I never shall forget, though I came through it all in safety. It cost me blood, but that same blood attests the value of my person, and points encouragingly towards the wise control of fate aforesaid.
Your outlook on the course of life exalts you to the rank of thinker, whilst the mere commonplace empiric sees separately the scattered scenes, and to the last goes groping on. You, in one glance, can focus all things. One norm to all things you apply. You point each random rule of life till one and all diverge like rays from one full-orbed philosophy. And you have never been to college?
I am, as I've already said, exclusively a self-taught man. Methodically, not, I've learned, but I have thought and speculated and done much desultory reading. I started somewhat late in life, and then, it's rather hard to plow ahead through page on page and take in all of everything. I've done my history piecemeal. I never have had time for more. And as one needs in days of trial some certainty to place one's trust in, I took religion intermittently. That way it goes more smoothly down. One should not read to swallow all, but rather see what one has use for.
Aye, that is practical.
Per lights a cigar.
Dear friends, just think of my career in general. In what case came I to the West? A poor young fellow, empty-handed. I had to battle sore for bread. Trust me, I often found it hard. But life, my friends, life is dear, and, as the phrase goes, death is bitter. Well, luck, you see, was kind to me. Old fate, too, was accommodating. I prospered, and, by versatility, I prospered better still and better. In 10 years' time I bore the name of Croesus amongst the Charleston shippers. My fame flew wide from port to port, and fortune sailed on board my vessels.
What did you trade in?
I did most in Negro slaves for Carolina, and idol images for China.
Fit donc!
The devil, Uncle Gynt.
You think, no doubt, the business hovered on the outer verge of the allowable. Myself, I felt the same thing keenly. It struck me even as odious. But, trust me, when you once begun, it's hard to break away again. At any rate, it's no light thing in such a vast trade enterprise that keeps whole thousands in employ to break off wholly, once for all. That once for all I can't abide, but own upon the other side that I have always felt respect for what are known as consequences, and that to overstep the bounds has ever somewhat daunted me. Besides, I had begun to age, was getting on towards the 50s. My hair was slowly growing grizzled, and, though my health was excellent, yet painfully the thought beset me, who knows how soon the hour may strike, the jury verdict be delivered that parts the sheep and goats asunder? What could I do? To stop the trade with China was impossible. A plan I hit on opened straightway a new trade with the self-same land. I shipped off idols every spring. Each autumn sent forth missionaries, supplying them with all they needed as stockings, Bibles, rum and rice.
Yes, at a profit?
Why, of course, it prospered. Dauntlessly they toiled. For every idol that was sold, they got the coolie well baptized, so that the effect was neutralized. The mission field lay never fallow, for still the idol propaganda the missionaries held in check.
Well, but the African commodities?
There too my ethics won the day. I saw the traffic was a wrong one for people of a certain age. One may drop off before one dreams of it. And then there were the 1,000 pitfalls laid by the philanthropic camp, besides, of course, the hostile cruisers and all the wind and weather risks. All this together won the day. I thought, now, Peter, reef your sails. See to it you amend your faults. So, in the south I bought some land, and kept the last meat importation, which chanced to be a superfine one. They grew so fat and sleek, that 'twas a joy to me, and them too. Yes, without boasting, I may say I acted as a father to them, and found my profit in so doing. I built them schools, too, so that virtue might uniformly be maintained at a certain general niveau, and kept strict watch that never its thermometer should sink below it. Now, Furthermore, from all this business, I've beat a definite retreat. I've sold the whole plantation, and its tale of livestock, hide and hair. At parting, too, I served around, to big and little, gratis grog, so men and women all got drunk, and widows got their snuff as well. So that is why I trust, provided the saying is not idle breath, whoso does not do ill, does good. My former errors are forgotten, and I, much more than most, can hold my misdeeds balanced by my virtues.
Von Eberkopf, clinking glasses with him.
How strengthening it is to hear a principle thus acted out, freed from the night of theory, unshaken by the outward ferment.
Per, who has been drinking freely during the preceding passages.
We Northland men know how to carry our battle through. The key to the art of life's affairs is simply this: to keep one's ear close shut against the ingress of one dangerous viper.
What sort of viper, pray, dear friend?
A little one that slyly wiles you to tempt the irretrievable.
Drinking again.
The essence of the art of daring, the art of bravery in act, is this: to stand with choice-free foot amid the treacherous snares of life, to know for sure that other days remain beyond the day of battle, to know that ever in the rear a bridge for your retreat stands open. This theory has borne me on, has given my whole career its color, and this same theory I inherit, a race gift, from my childhood's home.
You are Norwegian.
Yes, by birth, but cosmopolitan in spirit. For fortune such as I've enjoyed, I have to thank America. My amply furnished library I owe to Germany's later schools. From France, again, I get my waistcoats, my manners, and my spice of wit. From England, an industrious hand and keen sense for my own advantage. The Jew has taught me how to wait. Some taste for dolce far niente I received from Italy, and one time, in a perilous pass, to eke the measure of my days, I had recourse to Swedish steel.
Trumpeterstralle, lifting up his glass.
Aye, Swedish steel.
The weapon's wielder demands our homage first of all.
They clink glasses and drink with him. The wine begins to go to his head.
All this is very good indeed. But, sir, I'm curious to know what with your gold you think of doing.
Per, smiling.
Doing, eh?
All four coming closer.
Yes, let us hear.
Well, first of all, I want to travel. You see, that's why I shipped you for, to keep me company at Gibraltar. I needed such a dancing choir of friends around my gold calf altar.
Most witty.
Well, but no one hoists his sails for nothing but the sailing. Beyond all doubt you have a goal, and that is?
To be emperor.
What?
Per, nodding.
Emperor.
Where?
Of all the world.
But how, friend?
By the might of gold. That plan is not at all a new one. It's been the soul of my career. Even as a boy I swept in dreams far over the ocean on a cloud. I soared with train and golden scabbard, and flopped down on all fours again. But still my goal, my friends, stood fast. There is a text, or else a saying somewhere, I don't remember where, that if you gained the whole wide world, but lost yourself, your gain were but a garland on a cloven skull. That is a text, or something like it, and that remark is sober truth.
But what then is the Gyntish self?
The world behind my forehead's arch, in force of which I'm no one else than I, no more than God's the devil.
I understand now where you're aiming.
Think sublime.
Exalted poet.
Per, more and more elevated.
The Gyntish self. It is the host of wishes, appetites, desires. The Gyntish self, it is the sea of fancies, exigencies, claims, all that, in short, makes my breast heave, and whereby I, as I, exist. But as our Lord requires the clay to constitute him God over the world, so I, too, stand in need of gold, if I, as emperor, would figure.
You have gold enough, though.
Not enough. Maybe for a 9 days flourish as emperor, a la Lip Detmold, but I must be myself en bloc, must be the Gynt of all the planet, Sir Gynt, throughout, from top to toe.
Monsieur Ballon, enraptured.
Possess the earth's most exquisite beauty.
All century-old Johannisberger.
And all the blades of Charles XII.
But first a profitable opening for business.
That's already found. Our anchoring here supplied me with it. Tonight we set off northward, ho! The papers I received on board have brought me tidings of importance.
Rises with uplifted glass.
It seems that fortune ceaselessly aids him who has the pluck to seize it.
Well, tell us.
Greece is in revolt.
All four springing up.
What? Greece?
The Greeks have risen in Hellas.
Hurrah!
And Turkey's in a fix.
Empties his glass.
To Hellas, glory's gate stands open. I'll help them with the sword of France.
And I with war hoops, from a distance.
And I as well, by taking contracts.
Lead on. I'll find again in Bender the world-renowned spur-strap buckles.
Monsieur Ballon, falling on Per Gynt's neck.
Forgive me, friend, that I at first misjudged you quite.
Von Eberkopf, pressing his hands.
I, stupid hound, took you for next door to a scoundrel.
Too strong, that. Only for a fool.
Trumpeterstralle, trying to kiss him.
Aye, uncle, for a specimen of Yankee riffraff's meanest spawn. Forgive me.
We've been in the dark.
What stuff is this?
We now see gathered in glory all the Güntish host of wishes, appetites, and desires.
Monsieur Ballon, admiringly.
So, this is being Monsieur Gynt.
Von Eberkopf, in the same tone.
This I call being Gynt with honor.
But tell me...
Don't you understand?
May I be hanged if I begin to?
What? Are you not upon your way to join the Greeks with ship and money?
Per, contemptuously.
No, many thanks. I side with strength, and lend my money to the Turks.
Impossible.
Witty, but a jest.
Per, after a short silence, leaning on a chair and assuming a dignified mien.
Witty. Come, gentlemen, I think it best we part before the last remains of friendship melt away like smoke. Who nothing owns will lightly risk it, when in the world one scarce commands the strip of earth one's shadow covers, once born to serve as food for powder. But when a man stands safely landed, as I do, then his stake is greater. Go you to Hellas. I will put you ashore, and arm you, gratis too. The more you eke the flames of strife, the better will it serve my purpose. Strike home for freedom and for right. Fight, storm, make hell hot for the Turks, and gloriously end your days upon the Janissaries' lances. But excuse me,
Slaps his pocket.
I have cash, and am myself Sir Peter Gynt.
Puts up his sunshade and goes into the grove, where the hammocks are partly visible.
The swinish cur.
No taste for glory.
Oh, glory's neither here nor there. But think of the enormous profits we'd reap if Greece should free herself.
I saw myself a conqueror, by lovely Grecian maids encircled.
Grasped in my Swedish hands I saw the great heroic spur-strap buckles.
I, my gigantic fatherland's culture, saw spread o'er earth and sea.
The worst's the loss in solid cash. God damn! I scarce can keep from weeping. I saw me owner of Olympus. If to its fame the mountain answers, there must be veins of copper in it that could be opened up again. And furthermore, that stream Castalia, which people talk so much about, with fall on fall, at lowest reckoning must mean 1,000 horsepower good.
Still I will go. My Swedish sword is worth far more than Yankee gold.
Perhaps, but jammed into the ranks, amid the press, we'd all be drowned. And then where would the profit be?
Accursed! So near to fortune's summit, and now stopped short beside its grave.
Mr. Cotton shakes his fist towards the yacht.
That long black chest holds coffered up the nabob's golden nigger sweat.
A royal notion. Quick, away! It's all up with this empire now. Hurrah!
What would you?
Seize the power. The crew can easily be bought. On board, then. I annex the yacht.
You... what?
I grab the whole concern.
Goes down to the jolly boat.
Why, then self-interest commands me to grab my share.
Goes after him.
What scoundrelism!
A scurvy business, but enfin.
Follows the others.
I'll have to follow, I suppose, but I protest to all the world.
Follows. End of Scene 1. Act 4, Scene 2. Another part of the coast. Moonlight with drifting clouds. The yacht is seen far out under full steam. Per Gynt comes running along the beach, now pinching his arms, now gazing out to sea.
Nightmare. Delusion. I'll soon be awake. He's standing to sea and at furious speed. Mere delusion. I'm sleeping. I'm dizzy and drunk.
Clenches his hands.
It's not possible I should be going to die.
Tearing his hair.
A dream. I'm determined it shall be a dream. Oh, horror. It's only too real. Worse luck, my brute beasts of friends. Do but hear me, O Lord, since thou art so wise and so righteous. O Judge.
With upstretched arms.
It is I, Peter Gynt. O Lord, give but heed. Hold thy hand o'er me, Father, or else I must perish. Make them back the machine. Make them lower the gig. Stop the robbers. Make something go wrong with the rigging. Hear me. Let other folks' business lie over. The world can take care of itself for the time. Blessed if he hears me. He's deaf as his wont is. Here's a nice thing, a god that is bankrupt of help.
Beckons upwards.
Hist! I've abandoned the nigger plantation, and missionaries I've exported to Asia. Surely one good turn should be worth another. Oh, help me on board.
A jet of fire shoots into the air from the yacht, followed by thick clouds of smoke. A hollow report is heard. Per Gynt utters a shriek and sinks down on the sands. Gradually the smoke clears away. The ship has disappeared. Per, softly, with a pale face.
That's the sword of wrath. In a crack to the bottom, every soul, man and mouse. Oh, forever blessed be the lucky chance.
With emotion.
A chance? No, it was more than a chance. I was to be rescued, and they to perish. Oh, thanks and praise for that thou hast kept me, hast cared for me, spite of all my sins.
Draws a deep breath.
What a marvelous feeling of safety and peace it gives one to know oneself specially shielded. But the desert, what about food and drink? Oh, Something I'm sure to find. He'll see to that. There's no cause for alarm.
Loud and insinuatingly.
He would never allow a poor little sparrow like me to perish. Be but lowly of spirit, and give him time. Leave it all in the Lord's hands, and don't be cast down.
With a start of terror.
Can that be a lion that growled in the reeds?
His teeth chattering.
No, it wasn't a lion.
Mustering up courage.
A lion, forsooth. Those beasts, they'll take care to keep out of the way. They know it's no joke to fall foul of their betters. They have instinct to guide them. They feel, what's a fact, that it's dangerous playing with elephants. But all the same, I must find a tree. There's a grove of acacias and palms over there. If I once can climb up, I'll be sheltered and safe. Most of all, if I knew but a psalm or two.
Clambers up.
Morning and evening are not alike. That text has been oft enough weighed and pondered.
Seats himself comfortably.
How blissful to feel so uplifted in spirit. To think nobly is more than to know oneself rich. Only trust in him. He knows well what share of the chalice of need I can bear to drain. He takes fatherly thought for my personal weal.
Casts a glance over the sea, and whispers with a sigh.
But economical? No, that he isn't.
End of Scene 2. Act 4, Scene 3. Night. An encampment of Moroccan troops on the edge of the desert. Watchfires, with soldiers resting by them. A slave enters, tearing his hair.
Gone is the Emperor's milk-white charger.
Another slave enters, rending his garments.
The Emperor's sacred robes are stolen.
An officer enters.
100 stripes upon the foot-soles for all who fail to catch the robber.
The troopers mount their horses and gallop away in every direction. End of Scene 3. Act 4, Scene 4. Daybreak. The grove of acacias and palms. Per Gynt, in his tree with a broken branch in his hand, trying to beat off a swarm of monkeys.
Ah, confound it. Most disagreeable night.
Laying about him.
Are you there again? This is most accursed. Now they're throwing fruit. No, it's something else. A loathsome beast is your Barbary ape. The scripture says, "Thou shalt watch and fight." But I'm blessed if I can. I'm heavy and tired.
Is again attacked. Impatiently.
I must put a stopper upon this nuisance. I must see and get hold of one of these scamps, get him hung and skinned, and then dress myself up as best I may in his shaggy hide, that the others may take me for one of themselves. What are we mortals? Motes, no more, and it's wisest to follow the fashion a bit. Again a rabble. They throng and swarm. Off with you! Shoo! They go on as though crazy. If only I had a false tail to put on now. Only something to make me a bit like a beast. What now? There's a pattering over my head.
Looks up.
It's the grandfather ape, with his fists full of filth.
Huddles together apprehensively and keeps still for a while. The ape makes a motion. Per Gynt begins coaxing and wheedling him as he might a dog.
Hey, are you there, my good old Buzz? He's a good beast, he is. He will listen to reason. He wouldn't throw... Oh, no, I should think not, indeed. It's me. Pip, pip, we're first-rate friends. Hi, hi. Don't you hear I can talk your language? Buzz and I, we're kinsfolk, you see. Buzz shall have sugar tomorrow. Ah, the beast! The whole cargo on top of me. Ugh, how disgusting. Or perhaps it was food? 'Twas in taste, indefinable, and tastes for the most part a matter of habit. What thinker is it who somewhere says, you must spit and trust to the force of habit? Ah, now here comes the small fry.
Hits and slashes around him.
It's really too bad that man, who by rights is the lord of creation, should find himself forced to... murder, murder! The old one was bad, but the youngsters are worse.
End of Scene 4. Act 4, Scene 5. Early morning. A stony region with a view out over the desert. On one side a cleft in the hill, and a cave. A thief and a receiver hidden in the cleft with the emperor's horse and robes. The horse, richly caparisoned, is tied to a stone. Horsemen are seen afar off.
The tongues of the lances are flickering and flashing, see.
Already my head seems to roll on the sand plain, whoa, whoa.
My father he thieved, so his son must be thieving.
My father received, his son keeps receiving.
Thy lot shalt thou bear still, thyself shalt thou be still.
The receiver, listening.
Steps in the brushwood, flee, but where?
The cavern is deep, and the prophet great.
They make off, leaving the booty behind them. The horsemen gradually disappear in the distance. Per Gynt enters, cutting a reed whistle.
What a delectable morning tide! The dung beetle's rolling his ball in the dust. The snail creeps out of his dwelling house. The morning, it has gold in his mouth. It's a wonderful power, when you think of it, that nature has given to the light of day. One feels so secure, and so much more courageous. One would gladly, at need, take a bull by the horns. What a stillness all round! Ah, the joys of nature! Strange enough, I should never have prized them before. Why go and imprison oneself in a city, for no end but just to be bored by the mob? Just look how the lizards are whisking about, snapping, and thinking of nothing at all. What innocence even in the life of the beasts! Each fulfills the Creator's behest unimpeachably, preserving its own special stamp undefaced. Is itself, both in sport and in strife, itself, as it was at his primal, be.
Puts on his eyeglasses.
A toad, in the middle of a sandstone block. Petrifaction all round him, his head alone, peering. There he's sitting and gazing as though through a window at the world, and is to himself enough.
Reflectively.
Enough to himself. Where is it that's written? I've read it in youth in some so-called classic. In the family prayer book? Or Solomon's Proverbs? Alas, I notice that year by year my memory for dates and for places is fading.
Seats himself in the shade.
Here's a cool spot to rest and to stretch out one's feet. Why, look, here are ferns growing edible roots.
Eats a little.
'Twould be fitter food for an animal, but the text says, bridle the natural man. Furthermore, it is written, the proud shall be humbled, and whoso abaseth himself, exalted.
Uneasily.
Exalted? Yes, that's what will happen with me. No other result can so much as be thought of. Fate will assist me away from this place, and arrange matters so that I get a fresh start. This is only a trial. Deliverance will follow, if only the Lord lets me keep my health.
Dismisses his misgivings, lights a cigar, stretches himself and gazes out over the desert.
What an enormous, limitless waste! Far in the distance an ostrich is striding. What can one fancy was really God's meaning in all of this voidness and deadness? This desert, bereft of all sources of life, this burnt-up cinder that profits no one, this patch of the world that forever lies fallow, this corpse that never, since earth's creation, has brought its maker so much as thanks. Why was it created? How spendthrift is nature! Is that sea in the east there, that dazzling expanse all gleaming? It can't be, 'tis but a mirage. The sea's to the west, it lies piled up behind me, dammed out from the desert by a sloping ridge.
A thought flashes through his mind.
Dammed out? Then I could... The ridge is narrow. Dammed out? It wants but a gap, a canal. Like a flood of life would the waters rush in through the channel and fill the desert. Soon would the whole of yon red-hot grave spread forth a breezy and rippling sea. The oasis would rise in the midst like islands. Atlas would tower in green cliffs on the north. Sailing ships would, like stray birds on the wing, skim to the south on the caravan's track. Life-giving breezes would scatter the choking vapors, and dew would distill from the clouds. People would build themselves town on town, and grass would grow green round the swaying palm trees. The Southland, behind the Sahara's wall, would make a new seaboard for civilization. Steam would set Timbuktu's factories spinning. Bornu would be colonized apace. The naturalist would pass safely through Habes in his railway car to the upper Nile. In the midst of my sea, on a fat oasis, I will replant the Norwegian race. The Daleman's blood is next door to royal. A Arabic crossing will do the rest. Skirting a bay on a shelving strand, I'll build the chief city, Peropolis. The world is decrepit. Now comes the turn of Gintayana, my virgin land.
Springs up.
Had I but capital, soon 'twould be done. A gold key to open the gate of the sea. A crusade against death. The close-fisted old churl shall open the sack he lies brooding upon. Men rave about freedom in every land, like the ass in the ark. I will send out a cry over the world, and will baptize to liberty the beautiful, thrall-bounden coasts that shall be. I must on, to find capital, eastward or west. My kingdom, well, half of it, say, for a horse.
The horse in the cleft neighs.
A horse! Aye, and robes, jewels too, and a sword.
Goes closer.
It can't be. It is though. But how? I have read, I don't quite know where, that the will can move mountains. But how about moving a horse as well? Puh! Here stands the horse, that's a matter of fact. For the rest, why, IBSEN, adposse, etc.
Puts on the dress and looks down at it.
Sir Peter. A Turk, too, from top to toe. Well, one never knows what may happen to one. Gee up now, Grane, my trusty steed.
Mounts the horse.
Gold slipper stirrups beneath my feet. You may know the great by their riding gear.
Gallops off into the desert. End of Scene 5. Act 4, Scene 6. The tent of an Arab chief, standing alone on an oasis. Per Gynt, in his Eastern dress, resting on cushions. He is drinking coffee and smoking a long pipe. Anitra and a bevy of girls dancing and singing before him.
The prophet is come, the prophet, the Lord, the all-knowing one. to us is he come, o'er the sand ocean riding. The prophet, O Lord, the unerring one. To us is he come, o'er the sand ocean sailing. Wake the flute and the drum, the prophet is come.
His courser is white as the milk is, that streams in the rivers of paradise. Bend every knee, bow every head, his eyes are as bright, gleaming, mild, beaming stars. Yet none earthborn endureth the rays of those stars in their blinding splendor. Through the desert he came. Golden pearl drops sprang forth on his breast. Where he ruled there was light. Behind him was darkness, behind him raged drought and the simoom. He, the glorious one, came. Through the desert he came, like a mortal perilled. Kaba, Kaba stands void. He himself hath proclaimed it.
Wake the flute and the drum, the prophet is come.
They continue the dance to soft music.
I have read it in print, and the saying is true, that no one's a prophet in his native land. This position is very much more to my mind than my life over there among the Charleston merchants. There was something hollow in the whole affair, something foreign at the bottom, something dubious behind it. I was never at home in their company, nor felt myself really one in the guild. What tempted me into that galley at all? To grub and grub in the bins of trade. As I think it all over, I can't understand it. It happened so. That's the whole affair. To be oneself on a basis of gold is no better than founding one's house on the sand. For your watch and your ring and the rest of your trappings, the good people fawn on you, grovelling to earth. They lift their hats to your jeweled breastpin, but your ring and your breastpin are not your person. A prophet, aye, that is a clearer position. At least one knows on what footing one stands. If you make a success, it's yourself that receives the ovation, and not your pounds sterling and shillings. One is what one is, and no nonsense about it. One owes nothing to chance or to accident, and needs neither license nor patent to lean on. A prophet. Yeah, that's the thing for me. And I slipped so utterly unawares into it, just by coming galloping over the desert and meeting these children of nature en route. The prophet had come to them, so much was clear. It was really not my intent to deceive. There's a difference twixt lies and oracular answers, and then I can always withdraw again. No way bound. It's a simple matter. The whole thing is private, so to speak. I can go as I came. There's my horse ready saddled. I am master, in short, of the situation.
Anitra, approaching from the tent door.
Prophet and master!
What would my slave?
The sons of the desert await at thy tent door. They pray for the light of thy countenance.
Stop. Say, in the distance I'd have them assemble. Say, from the distance I hear all their prayers. Add that I suffer no menfolk in here. Men, my child, are a worthless crew. Inveterate rascals, you well may call them. Anitra, you can't think how shamelessly they have they have sinned, my child. Well, enough now, that you may dance for me, damsels. The prophet would banish the memories that gall him.
The girls, dancing.
The prophet is good, the prophet is grieving, for the ill that the sons of the dust have wrought. The prophet is mild, to his mildness be praises. He opens to sinners his paradise.
Per, his eyes following Anitra during the dance.
Legs as nimble as drumsticks flitting. She's a dainty morsel indeed, that wench. It's true she has somewhat extravagant contours, not quite in accord with the norms of beauty. But what is beauty? A mere convention, a coin made current by time and place, and just the extravagant seems most attractive when one of the normal has drunk one's fill. In the law-bound one misses all intoxication, either plump to excess or excessively lean, either parlously young or portentously old. The medium is mawkish. Her feet, they are not altogether clean, no more are her arms, in especial one of them. But that is at bottom no drawback at all. I should rather call it a qualification. Anitra, come listen.
Anitra, approaching.
Thy handmaiden hears.
You are tempting, my daughter. The prophet is touched. If you don't believe me, then hear the proof. I'll make you a Houri in paradise.
Impossible, Lord.
What? You think I am jesting? I'm in sober earnest, as true as I live.
But I haven't a soul.
Then, of course, you must get one.
How, Lord?
Just leave me alone for that. I shall look after your education. No soul? Why, truly, you're not overbright, as the saying goes. I've observed it with pain. But, pooh, for a soul you can always find room. Come here. Let me measure your brain pan, child. There's room. There's room. I was sure there was. It's true you will never penetrate very deep. To a large soul you'll scarcely attain. But never you mind, it won't matter a bit. You'll have plenty to carry you through with credit.
The prophet is gracious.
You hesitate? Speak.
But I'd rather.
Say on. Don't waste time about it.
I don't care so much about having a soul. Give me rather.
What, child?
Anitra, pointing to his turban.
That lovely opal.
Per, enchanted, handing her the jewel.
Anitra, Anitra, true daughter of Eve. I feel thee magnetic, for I am a man, and, as a much esteemed author has phrased it, das ewig Weibliche sieht uns an.
End of Scene 6. End of Act 4, Part 1. Act 4, Part 2 of Per Gynt by Henrik IBSEN. Translated by William and Charles Archer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters, Act 4, Part 2.
Middle-aged Per Gynt.
Read by Max Schörlinge.
Anitra.
Performed by Liberty Stump.
Solveig.
Read by Elizabeth Klett.
Memnon's Statue.
By David Olson.
By Griffinfeld.
Read by Abai.
The Newcomer.
Read by David Lawrence.
First Keeper.
Read by Algie Pug.
Second Keeper.
Read by Phil Benson.
Hoo-Hoo.
Read by Alan Mapstone.
The Fella.
Read by Cliff Thompson.
Hussein.
Read by Lewis.
Schaffman.
Read by Wordsmith94.
Narrator.
Read by Cynthia Moyer. Act 4, Scene 7. A moonlight night. The palm grove outside Anitra's tent. Per Gynt is sitting beneath a tree with an Arabian lute in his hands. His beard and hair are clipped. He looks considerably younger. Per Gynt plays and sings.
I double-locked my paradise, took its key with me. The north wind bore me seaward whole, while lovely women all forlorn wept on the ocean strand. Still southward, southward clove my keel, the salt sea currents through, where palms were swaying proud and fair, a garland round the ocean bight. I set my ship on fire, I climbed aboard the desert ship, a ship on 4 stout legs. It foamed beneath the lashing whip. Oh, catch me, I'm a flitting bird, I'm twittering on a bow. Anitra, thou the palm trees must, that know I now full well. I, even the Angora goat milk cheese, is scarcely have such a dainty fare, Anitra, as thou.
He hangs the lute over his shoulder and comes forward.
Stillness. Is the fair one listening? Has she heard my little song? Peeps she from behind the curtain veil and so forth cast aside? Hush! A sound as though a cork from a bottle burst amain. Now once more, and yet again. Love sighs, can it be? Or songs? No, it is distinctly snoring. Dulcet strain, Anitra sleepeth. Nightingale, thy warbling, stay. Every sort of woe betide thee, if with gurgling trill thou darest. But, as says the text, let be. Nightingale, thou art a singer. Ah, even such an one am I. He, like me, ensnares with music tender shrinking little hearts. Balmy night is made for music. Music is our common sphere. In the act of singing we are we, Per Gynt and Nightingale. And the maiden's very sleeping is my passion's crowning bliss. For the lips protruded over the beaker, yet untasted quite. But she's coming, I declare. After all, it's best she should.
Anitra from the tent.
Master, callest thou in the night?
Yes, indeed, the prophet calls. I was wakened by the cat with a furious hunting hubbub.
Not hunting noises, master. It was something much, much worse.
What then was it?
Oh, spare me.
Speak.
Oh, I blush to...
Per, approaching.
Was it, mayhap, that which filled me so completely when I let you have my opal?
Anitra, horrified.
Liken thee, O earth's great treasure, to a horrible old cat?
Child, from passion's standpoint viewed, may a tomcat and a prophet come to very much the same.
Master, jest like honey floweth from thy lips.
My little friend, you, like other maidens, judge great men by their outsides only. I am full of jest at bottom, most of all when we're alone. I am forced by my position to assume a solemn mask. Duties of the day constrain me. All the reckonings and worry that I have with one and all make me oft a cross-grained prophet, but it's only from the tongue out. Fudge, Avant! En tête-à-tête, I'm Per. Well, the man, I am. Hey, away now with the prophet. Me, myself, you have me here.
Seats himself under a tree and draws her to him.
Come, Anitra, we will rest us underneath the palm's green fan shade. I'll lie whispering, you'll lie smiling. Afterwards our roles exchange we, then shall your lips, fresh and balmy, to my smiling passion whisper.
Anitra lies down at his feet.
All thy words are sweet as singing, though I understand but little. Master, tell me, can thy daughter catch a soul by listening?
Soul, and spirit's light, and knowledge, all in good time you shall have them. When in East on rosy streamers golden types print, here is day, then, my child, I'll give you lessons. You'll be well brought up, no fear. But midnight's delicious stillness, it were stupid if I should, with a threadbare wisdom's remnant, play the part of pedagogue. And the soul, moreover, is not, looked at properly, the main thing. It's the heart that really matters.
Speak, O master. When thou speakest, I see gleams as though of opals.
Wisdom in extremes is folly. Coward blossoms into tyrant. Truth, when carried to excess, ends in wisdom written backwards. My daughter, I'm forsworn as a dog if there are not folk with overfed souls on earth who shall scarce attain to clearness. Once I met with such a fellow, of the flock the very flower, and even he mistook his goal, losing sense in blatant sound. See the waste round this oasis. Were I but to swing my turban, I could force the ocean flood to fill up the whole concern. But I were a blockhead, truly, seas and lands to go creating. Know you what it is to live?
Teach me.
It is to be wafted, dry-shod, down the stream of time, wholly, solely as oneself. Only in full manhood can I be the man I am, dear child. Aged eagle molts his plumage, aged fogey lags declining, aged dame has never a tooth left, aged churl gets withered hands, one and all get souls. Youth, youth. I mean to reign as a sultan, whole and fiery, not on Gintana's shores, under trellised vines and palm leaves, but enthroned in the freshness of a woman's virgin thoughts. See you now, my little maiden, why I have graciously bewitched you, why I have your heart selected and established, so to speak, there my being's caliphate. All your longings shall be mine. I'm an autocrat in passion. You shall live for me alone. I'll be he who shall enthrall you like gold and precious stones. Should we part, then life is over, that is, your life, nota bene. Every inch and fibre of you, will-less, without yea or nay, I must know filled full of me. Midnight beauties of your tresses, all that's lovely to be named, shall, like Babylonian gardens, tempt your sultan to his tryst. After all, I don't complain, then, of your empty forehead vault. With a soul once oft absorbed in contemplation of oneself. Listen, while we're on the subject, if you like it, Faith, you should have a ring about your ankle. 'Twill be best for both of us. I will be your soul, by proxy. For the rest, why, status quo.
Anitra snores.
What? She sleeps. Then has it glided bootless past her, all I've said? No, it marks my influence over her, that she floats away in dreams on my love talk as it flows.
Rises and lays trinkets in her lap.
Here are jewels. Here are more. Sleep, Anitra. Dream of Per. Sleep. In sleeping, you the crown have placed upon your emperor's brow. Victory on his person's basis has Per Gynt this night achieved.
End of Scene 7. Act 4, Scene 8. A caravan route. The oasis is seen far off in the background. Per Gynt comes galloping across the desert on his white horse, with Anitra before him on his saddle-bow.
Let be, or I'll bite you.
You little rogue.
What would you?
What would I? Play hawk and dove, run away with you, frolic and frisk a bit.
For shame. An old prophet like you.
Oh, stuff. The prophet's not old at all, you goose. Do you think all this is a sign of age?
Let me go. I want to go home.
Coquette. What? Home? To father-in-law? That would be fine. We madcap birds that have flown from the cage must never come into his sight again. Besides, my child, in the self-same place, it's wisest never to stay too long, for familiarity lessens respect, most of all when one comes as a prophet or such. One should show oneself glimpse-wise, and pass like a dream. Faith, 'twas time that the visit should come to an end. They're unstable of soul are these sons of the desert. Both incense and prayers dwindle off towards the end.
Yes, but are you a prophet?
Your emperor, I am.
Tries to kiss her.
Why, just see now how coy the wee woodpecker is.
Give me that ring that you have on your finger.
Take, sweet Anitra, the whole of the trash.
Thy words are as songs. Oh, how dulcet their sound.
How blessed to know oneself loved to this pitch. I'll dismount. Like your slave, I will lead your palfrey.
Hands her his riding whip and dismounts.
There now, my rosebud, my exquisite flower. Here I'll go trudging my way through the sand, till a sunstroke overtakes me and finishes me. I'm young, Anitra, bear that in mind. You mustn't be shocked at my escapades. Frolics and high jinks are youth's sole criterion, and so, if your intellect weren't so dense, you would see at a glance, oh my fair oleander, your lover is frolicsome, ergo, he's young.
Yes, you are young. Have you any more rings?
Am I not? There, grab. I can leap like a buck. Were there vine leaves around, I would garland my brow. To be sure I am young. Hey, I'm going to dance.
Dances and sings.
I am a blissful gamecock. Pick me, my little pullet. Hop, sa, let me trip it. I'm a blissful gamecock.
You are sweating, my prophet. I fear you will melt. Hand me that heavy bag hung at your belt.
Tender solicitude. Bear the purse ever. Hearts that can love are content without gold.
Dances and sings again.
Young Per Gynt is the maddest wag. He knows not what foot he shall stand upon. Pooh, says Per. Pooh, never mind. Young Per Gynt is the maddest wag.
What joy when the prophet steps forth in the dance.
Oh, bother the prophet. Suppose we change clothes. Isa, strip off.
Your caftan were too long, your girdle too wide, and your stockings too tight.
Eh bien.
Kneels down.
But vouchsafe me a vehement sorrow to a heart full of love. It is sweet to suffer. Listen, as soon as we're home at my castle.
In your paradise, have we far to ride?
Oh, 1,000 miles or...
Too far.
Oh, listen. You shall have the soul that I promised you once.
Oh, thank you. I'll get on without the soul. But you asked for a sorrow.
Per, rising.
Ay, curse me, I did. A keen one, but short. To last 2 or 3 days.
Anitra obeyeth the prophet. Farewell.
Gives him a smart cut across the fingers and dashes off at a tearing gallop back across the desert. Per stands for a long time thunderstruck.
Well now, may I be...
End of Scene 8. Act 4, Scene 9. The same place, an hour later. Per Gynt is stripping off his Turkish costume, soberly and thoughtfully, bit by bit. Last of all he takes his little travelling cap out of his coat pocket, puts it on, and stands once more in European dress. Per Gynt, throwing the turban far away from him.
There lies the Turk, then, and here stand I. These heathenish doings are no sort of good. It's lucky it was only a matter of clothes, and not, as the saying goes, bread in the bone. What tempted me into that galley at all? It's best, in the long run, to live as a Christian, to put away peacock-like ostentation, to base all one's dealings on law and morality, to be ever oneself, and to earn at the last speech at one's graveside and wreaths on one's coffin.
Walks a few steps.
The hussy! She was on the very verge of turning my head clean topsy-turvy. May I be a troll if I understand what it was that dazed and bemused me so? Well, it's well that's done. Had the joke been carried but one step on, I'd have looked absurd. I have erred, but at least it's a consolation that my error was due to the false situation. It wasn't my personal self that fell. 'Twas in fact this prophetical way of life, so utterly lacking the salt of activity, that took its revenge in these qualms of bad taste. It's a sorry business, this prophetizing. One's office compels one to walk in a mist. In playing the prophet, you throw up the game the moment you act like a rational being. In so far, I've done what the occasion demanded, in the mere fact of paying my court to that goose. But, nevertheless, oh, to think of it now, to try to make time stop by jigging and dancing, and to cope with the current by capering and prancing, to thrum on the lute strings, to fondle and sigh, and end, like a rooster, by getting well plucked. Such conduct is truly prophetic frenzy. Yes, plucked. I'm plucked clean enough indeed. Well, well, I've a trifle still left in reserve. I've a little in America, a little in my pocket, so I won't be quite driven to beg my bread. And at bottom, this middle condition is best. I'm no longer a slave to my coachman and horses. I haven't to fret about post-chaise or baggage. I am master, in short, of the situation. What path should I choose? Many paths lie before me, and a wise man is known from a fool by his choice. My business life is a finished chapter. My love sports, too, are a cast-off garment. I feel no desire to live back, like a crab, forward or back, and it's just as far, out or in, and it's just as straight. So I seem to have read in some luminous work. I'll try something new then, ennoble my cause, find a goal worth the labor and money it costs. Shall I write my life without dissimulation, a book for guidance and imitation? Or, stay, I have plenty of time at command. What if, as a traveling scientist, I should study past ages and time's voracity? Aye, sure enough, that is the thing for me. Legends I read e'en in childhood days, and since then I've kept up that branch of learning. I will follow the path of the human race. Like a feather I'll float on the stream of history, Make it all live again, as in a dream. See the heroes battling for truth and right, as an onlooker only, in safety ensconced. See thinkers perish and martyrs bleed. See empires founded and vanish away. See world epochs grow from their trifling seeds. In short, I will skim off the cream of history. I must try and get a hold of a volume of Becker, and travel as far as I can by chronology. It's true, my groundings by no means thorough, and history's wheels within wheels are deceptive, but pooh, the wilder the starting point, the result will oft be the more original. How exalting it is now to choose a goal and drive straight for it, like flint and steel.
With quiet emotion.
To break off all around one, on every side, the bonds that bind one to home and friends, to blow into atoms one's hoarded wealth, to bid one's love and its joys good night, all simply to find the arcana of truth.
Wiping a tear from his eye.
That is the test of the true man of science. I feel myself happy beyond all measure. Now I have fathomed my destiny's riddle. Now 'tis but persevering through thick and thin. It's excusable, sure, if I hold up my head and feel my worth as the man Per Gynt, also called human, life's emperor. I will own the sum total of bygone days. I'll never more tread in the paths of the living. The present is not worth so much as a shoe sole. All faithless and marrowless the doings of men. Their soul has no wings, and their deeds no weight.
Shrugs his shoulders.
And women, they are a worthless crew.
Goes off. End of Scene 9. Act 4, Scene 10. A summer day. Far up in the north, a hut in the forest. The door, with a large wooden bar, stands open. Reindeer horns over it. A flock of goats by the wall of the hut. A middle-aged woman, fair-haired and comely, sits spinning outside in the sunshine. The woman glances down the path and sings.
Maybe both the winter and spring will pass by, and the next summer too, and the whole of the year, the whole of the year. But thou wilt come one day, I know full well, know I full well, and I will await thee as I promised of old, as I promised of old. Ah, 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 God strengthen thee whereso thou goest in the world, in the world. God gladden thee, if at his footstool thou stand, his footstool thou stand. Here will I await thee till thou comest again, thou comest again, and And if thou wait up yonder, then there will meet my friend, will meet my friend. Ah, 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 ah,
End of Scene 10. Act 4, Scene 11. In Egypt. Daybreak. Memnon's statue amid the sands. Per Gynt enters on foot and looks around him for a while.
Here I might fittingly start on my wanderings. So now, for a change, I'll become an Egyptian. But Egyptian on the basis of the Gyntish eye. To Assyria next I will bend my steps. To begin right back at the world's creation would lead to naught but bewilderment. I will go round about all the Bible history. Its secular traces I'll always be coming on, and to look, as the saying goes, into its seams lies entirely outside both my plan and my powers.
Sits upon a stone.
Now I will rest me and patiently wait till the statue has sung its habitual dawn song. When breakfast is over, I'll climb up the pyramid. If I've time, I'll look through its interior afterwards. Then I'll go round the head of the Red Sea by land. Perhaps I may hit on King Potiphar's grave. Next, I'll turn Asiatic. In Babylon, I'll seek for the far-renowned harlots and hanging gardens. That's to say, the chief traces of civilization. Then, at one bound, to the ramparts of Troy. From Troy, there's a fair way by sea direct across to the glorious ancient Athens. There, on the spot, will I, stone by stone, survey the paths that Leonidas guarded. I will get up the works of the better philosophers, find the prison where Socrates suffered, a martyr. Oh, no. By the by, there's a war there at present. Well then, my Hellenism must even stand over.
Looks at his watch.
It's really too bad. Such an age as it takes for the sun to rise. I am pressed for time. Well then, from Troy. It was there I left off.
Rises and listens.
What is that strange sort of murmur that's rushing?
Sunrise. Memnon's statue sings.
From the demigods' ashes their soar. You three newing birds ever singing. Zeus, the omniscient, shape them contending. Owls of wisdom, my birds, where do they slumber? Thou must die, thou must die, if thou read not the songs enigma.
How strange now! I really fancied there came from the statue a sound, music, this of the past. I heard the stone, accents now rising, now sinking. I will register it for the learned to ponder.
Notes in his pocket-book.
The statue did sing. I heard the sound plainly, but didn't quite follow the text of the song. The whole thing, of course, was hallucination. Nothing else of importance observed today.
Proceeds on his way. End of Scene 11. Act 4, Scene 12. Near the village of Giza, the great Sphinx carved out of the rock. In the distance the spires and minarets of Cairo. Per Gynt enters. He examines the Sphinx attentively, now through his eyeglass, now through his hollowed hand.
Now, where in the world have I met before something half forgotten that's like this hobgoblin? For met it I have, in the north or the south. Was it a person? And if so, who? That Memnon, it afterwards crossed my mind, was like the old men of the Dover, so-called, just as he sat there, stiff and stark, planted on end on the stumps of pillars. But this most curious mongrel here, this changeling, a lion and woman in one, does he come to me too from a fairy tale, or from a remembrance of something real? From a fairy tale? Oh, I remember the fellow. Why, of course, it's the Boig that I smote on the skull. That is, I dreamt it. I lay in fever.
Going closer.
The self-same eyes and the self-same lips, not quite so lumpish, a little more cunning, but the same for the rest in all essentials. Aye, so that's it, Boig. So you're like a lion when one sees you from behind and meets you in the daytime. Are you still good at riddling? Come, let us try. Now we shall see if you answer as last time.
Calls out towards the Sphinx.
Hi, Boig. Who are you?
A voice behind the Sphinx.
Ach, Sphinx, wer bist du?
What? Echo answers in German? How strange.
Wer bist du?
It speaks it quite fluently too. That observation is new, and my own.
Notes in his book.
Echo in German, dialect Berlin.
Begriffenfeld comes out from behind the Sphinx.
A man.
Oh, then it was he that was chattering.
Notes again.
Arrived in the sequel at other results.
Begriffenfeld, with all sorts of restless antics.
Excuse me, mein Herr, eine Lebensfrage. What brings you to this place precisely today?
A visit. I'm greeting a friend of my youth.
What, the Sphinx?
Per nods.
Yes, I knew him in days gone by.
Famous! And that after such a night. My temples are hammering as though they would burst. You know him, man. Answer. Say on. Can you tell what he is?
What he is? Yes, that's easy enough. He's himself.
Begriffenfeld, with a bound.
Ha! The riddle of life lightened forth in a flash to my vision. It's certain he is himself?
Yes, he says so, at any rate.
Himself! Revolution, thine hour is at hand.
Takes off his hat.
Your name, pray, mein Herr?
I was christened Per Gynt.
Begriffenfeld, in rapt admiration.
Per Gynt. Allegoric, I might have foreseen it. Per Gynt? That must clearly imply the unknown, the comer whose coming was foretold to me.
What? Really? And now you are here to meet...
Per Gynt. Profound, enigmatic, incisive. Each word, as it were, an abysmal lesson. What are you?
Per modestly.
Oh, I've always endeavored to be myself. For the rest, here's my passport, you see.
Again, that mysterious word at the bottom.
Seizes him by the wrist.
To Cairo. The interpreter's Kaiser is found.
Kaiser?
Come on.
Am I really known?
Begriffenfeld, dragging him away.
The interpreter's Kaiser, on the basis of self.
End of Scene 12. Act 4, Scene 13. In Cairo, a large courtyard surrounded by high walls and buildings, barred windows, iron cages. 3 keepers in the courtyard. A 4th comes in.
Schaffman, say, where's the director gone?
He drove out this morning, some time before dawn.
I think something must have occurred to annoy him, for last night...
Hush, be quiet. He's there at the door.
Begriffenfeld leads Per Gynt in, locks the gate, and puts the key in his pocket. Per, to himself.
Indeed, an exceedingly gifted man. Almost all that he says is beyond comprehension.
Looks around.
So, this is the club of the savants, eh?
Here you will find them, every man jack of them, the group of interpreters 70. It's been lately increased by 160.
Shouts to the keepers.
Mickel, Schlingenberg, Schafmann, Fuchs, into the cages with you at once.
We?
Who else, pray? Get in, get in. When the world twirls around, we must twirl with it too.
Forces them into a cage.
He's arrived this morning, the mighty Per. The rest you can guess. I need say no more.
Locks the cage door and throws the key into a well.
But, my dear Herr Doctor and Director, pray...
Neither one nor the other. I was before. Herr Per, are you secret? I must ease my heart.
Per, with increasing uneasiness.
What is it?
Promise you will not tremble.
I will do my best, but...
Begriffenfeld draws him into a corner and whispers.
The absolute reason departed this life at 11 last night.
Oh, God help me.
Why, yes, it's extremely deplorable. And as unplaced, you see, it is doubly unpleasant, for this institution has passed up to now for what's called a madhouse.
Madhouse, huh?
Not now, understand?
Per, softly, pale with fear.
Now I see what the place is. And the man is mad, and there's none that knows it.
Tries to steal away, Begriffenfeld following him.
However, I hope you don't misunderstand me. When I said he was dead, I was talking stuff. He's beside himself. Started clean out of his skin, just like my compatriot Münchhausen's fox.
Excuse me a moment.
Begriffenfeld holding him back.
I meant like an eel. It was not like a fox. A needle through his eye, and he writhed on the wall.
Where can rescue be found?
A snick round his neck, and whip out of his skin.
He's raving. He's utterly out of his wits.
Now it's patent and can't be dissimulated that this from himself going must have for result a complete revolution by sea and land. The persons one hitherto reckoned as mad, you see, became normal last night at 11, accordant with reason in its newest phase. And more, if the matter be rightly regarded, it's patent that, at the aforementioned hour, the sane folks, so-called, began forthwith to rave.
You mentioned the hour, sir. My time is but scant.
Your time, did you say? There you jog my remembrance.
Opens a door and calls out.
Come forth, all! The time that shall be is proclaimed. Reason is dead and gone. Long live Per Gynt.
Now, my dear good fellow...
The lunatics come one by one and at intervals into the courtyard.
Good morning. Come forth and hail the dawn of emancipation. Your Kaiser has come to you.
Kaiser?
Of course.
But the honor is so great, so entirely excessive.
Oh, do not let any false modesty sway you at an hour such as this.
But at least give me time. No, indeed, I'm not fit. I'm completely dumbfounded.
A man who has fathomed the Sphinx's meaning. A man who's himself.
Aye, but that's just a rub. It's true that in everything I am myself, but here the point is, if I follow your meaning, to be, so to phrase it, outside oneself.
Outside? No, there you are strangely mistaken. It's here, sir, that one is oneself with a vengeance, oneself and nothing whatever besides. We go full sail as our very selves. Each one shuts himself up in the barrel of self. In the self-fermentation he dives to the bottom. With the self-bung he seals it hermetically, and seasons the staves in the well of self. No one has tears for the other's woes, no one has mind for the other's ideas. We're our very selves both in thought and tone, ourselves to the springboard's uttermost verge. And so, if a Kaiser's to fill the throne, it is clear that you are the very man.
Oh, would that the devil—
Come, don't be cast down. Almost all things in nature are new at the first. Oneself. Come, here you shall see an example. I'll choose you at random the first man that comes.
To a gloomy figure.
Good day, hoo-hoo. Well, my boy, wandering round forever with misery's impress upon you.
Can I help it when the people race by race dies untranslated?
To Per Gynt.
You're a stranger. Will you listen?
Per, bowing.
Oh, by all means.
Lend your ear then. Eastward far like brow-born garlands lie the Malabarish seaboards. Hollanders and Portugueses compass all the land with culture. There, moreover, swarms our dwelling of the purebred Malabaris. These have muddled up the language, they now lord it in the country. But in long departed ages, there the orang-outang was ruler. He, the forest's lord and master, freely fought and snarled in freedom. As the hand of nature shaped him, just so grinned he, just so gaped he. He could shriek unreprehended, he was ruler in his kingdom. Ah, but then the foreign yoke came, marred the forest tongue primeval. Twice 200 years of darkness brooded o'er the race of monkeys, and, you know, nights so protracted bring a people to a standstill. Mute are now the wood notes primal, grunts and growls are heard no longer. If we utter our ideas, it must be by means of language. What constraint on all and sundry, Hollanders and Portugueses, half-caste race and Malabaris, all alike must suffer by it. I have tried to fight the battle of our real primal wood speech, tried to bring to life its carcass, prove the people's right of shrieking, shrieked myself and shown the need of shrieks in poems for the people. Scantly though my work is valued, now I think you grasp my sorrow. Thanks for lending me a hearing. Have you counsel? Let me hear it.
Per, softly.
It is written, best be howling with the wolves that are about you.
Aloud.
Friend, if I remember rightly, there are bushes in Morocco where orangutans in plenty live with neither bard nor spokesman. Their speech sounded Malabarish. It was classical and pleasing. Why don't you, like other worthies, emigrate to serve your country?
Thanks for lending me a hearing. I will do as you advise me.
With a large gesture.
East thou hast disowned thy singer. West thou hast orang-outangs still.
Goes.
Well, was he himself? I should rather think so. He's filled with his own affairs, simply and solely. He's himself in all that comes out of him. Himself, just because he's beside himself. Come here, now I'll show you another one, who's no less, since last evening, accordant with reason.
To a fella with a mummy on his back.
King Apis, how goes it, my mighty lord?
The fella wildly to Per Gynt.
Am I King Apis?
Per getting behind the doctor.
Sorry to say, I'm not quite at home in the situation, but I certainly gather to judge by your tone.
Now you too are lying.
Your Highness should state how the whole matter stands.
Yes, I'll tell him my tale.
Turns to Per Gynt.
Do you see whom I bear on my shoulders? His name was King Apis of old. Now he goes by the title of Mummy, and withal he's completely dead. All the pyramids yonder he builded, and hewed out the mighty Sphinx, and fought, as the doctor puts it, with the Turks, both to Rex and Lynx. And therefore the whole of Egypt exalted him as a god, and set up his image in temples in the outward shape of a bull. But I am this very King Apis. I see that as clear as day. And if you don't understand it, you shall understand it soon. King Apis, you see, was out hunting, and got off his horse a while, and withdrew himself unattended to a part of my ancestors' land. But the field that King Apis manured has nourished me with its corn, and if further proofs are demanded, know I have invisible horns. Now, isn't it most accursed that no one will own my might? By birth I am Apis of Egypt, but a fella in other men's sight. Can you tell me what course to follow? Then counsel me honestly. The problem is how to make me resemble King Apis the Great.
Build pyramids then, your Highness, and carve out a great Sphinx, and fight, as the doctor puts it, with the Turks, both to Rex and Lynx.
Aye, that's all mighty fine talking. A fella, a hungry louse, I, who scarcely can keep my hovel clear even of rats and mice. Quick, man, think of something better. That'll make me great and safe. And further, exactly like to King Apis that's on my back.
What if your Highness hanged you, and then in the lap of earth, twixt the coffin's natural frontiers, kept still and completely dead?
I'll do it! My life for a halter! To the gallows then, with hide and hair! At first there will be some difference, but that time will smooth away.
Goes off and prepares to hang himself.
There's a personality for you, Herr Per, a man of method.
Yes, I see. But he'll really hang himself. God grant his grace. I'll be ill. I can scarcely command my thoughts.
A state of transition. It won't last long.
Transition? To what? With your leave, I must go.
The Griffenfeld, holding him.
Are you crazy?
Not yet. Crazy? Heaven forbid.
A commotion. The minister Hussein forces his way through the crowd.
They tell me a Kaiser has come today.
To Per Gynt.
Is it you?
Per, in desperation.
Yes, that is a settled thing.
Good. Then no doubt there are notes to be answered?
Per, tearing his hair.
Come on. Write your answer. The madder the better.
Will you do me the honor of taking a dip?
Bowing deeply.
I am a pen.
Per, bowing still deeper.
Why, then I am quite clearly a rubbishy piece of imperial parchment.
My story, my lord, is concisely this. They take me for a sandbox, and I am a pen.
My story, Sir Pen, is, to put it briefly, I'm a blank sheet of paper that no one will write on.
No man understands in the least what I'm good for. They all want to use me for scattering sand with.
Aye, was in a woman's keeping, a silver-clasped book. It's one and the same misprint to be either mad or sane.
Hussein, with high leap.
Just fancy, what an exhausting life, to be a pen and never taste the edge of a knife.
Just fancy, for a reindeer to leap from on high, to fall and never feel the ground beneath your hoofs.
A knife, I am blunt. Quick, mend me and slit me. The world will go to ruin if they don't mend my point for me.
A pity for the world, which, like other self-made things, was reckoned by the Lord to be so excellently good.
Here's a knife.
Hussein, seizing it.
Ah, how I shall look up the ink now. Oh, what rapture to cut oneself.
Cuts his throat. Begriffenfeld, stepping aside.
Pray do not sputter.
Per, in increasing terror.
Hold him!
Ay, hold me, that is the word. Hold the pen, on the desk with the paper.
Falls.
I'm outworn, the postscript. Remember it, pray. He lived and he died as a fate-guided pen.
Per, dizzily.
What shall I? What am I? Thou mighty, hold fast. I'm all that thou wilt. I'm a Turk. I'm a sinner. A hill troll. But help! There was something that burst.
Shrieks.
Ah! I cannot just hit on thy name at the moment. Oh, come to my aid, thou all madmen's protector.
Sinks down, insensible. Begriffenfeld, with a wreath of straw in his hand, gives a bound and sits astride of him.
I cannot. Ha! See him in the mire enthroned, beside himself. To crown him now. Long life to selfhood's Kaiser.
Schaffman, in the cage.
Es lieber hockt der Großpier.
End of Scene 13. End of Act 4. Act 5, Part 1 of Per Gynt by Henrik Ibsen, translated by William and Charles Archer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters, Act 5, Part 1.
Old Per Gynt.
Read by Lars Rolander.
The Captain.
Read by Frank Booker.
The Lookout.
Read by Wupperhippo.
The Mate.
Read by Marty Chris.
The Boatswain.
Read by David Olson.
The Cook.
Read by Carlson.
The Strange Passenger.
Read by Patrick Wallace.
The Boy.
Read by Wordsmith 94.
The Priest.
Read by Algie Pug.
A Man Dressed in Mourning.
Read by Denny Sayers.
First Young Man.
Read by Charlotte Duckett.
Second Young Man.
Read by David Olson.
Third Young Man.
Read by Wupperhippo.
A Man in Grey.
Read by David Lawrence.
Sixth Lad.
Read by Marty Chris.
Seventh Lad.
Read by Alan Mapstone.
Eighth Lad.
Read by Marty Chris.
Ninth Lad.
Read by Wordsmith 94.
10th Lad.
Read by Phil Benson.
Voices.
Read by Charlotte Duckett.
The Bailiff.
Read by Algie Pug.
Solveig.
Read by Elizabeth Klett.
Åsa.
Read by Amy Graymore.
The Threadballs.
Read by Bev Stevens.
Withered Leaves.
By David Olson.
A Sighing in the Air.
Read by Patty Cunningham.
Dewdrops.
Read by Rhonda Fetterman.
Broken Straws.
Read by Bob Gonzalez.
Narrator.
Read by Cynthia Moyer. Act 5, Scene 1. On board a ship on the North Sea off the Norwegian coast. Sunset. Stormy weather. Per Gynt, a vigorous old man with grizzled hair and beard, is standing aft on the poop. He is dressed half sailor fashion, with a pea jacket and long boots. His clothing is rather the worse for wear. He himself is weather-beaten and has a somewhat harder expression. The captain is standing beside the steersman at the wheel. The crew are forward. Per Gynt leans with his arms on the bulwark and gazes towards the land.
Look at Hallingskarv in his winter furs. He's ruffling it, old one, in the evening glow. The yokel, his brother, stands behind him askew. He's got his green ice mantle still on his back. The Flogefan now, she's mighty fine, lying there like a maiden in spotless white. Don't you be madcaps, old boys, that you are. Stand where you stand. You're but granite knobs.
The captain shouts forward.
2 hands to the wheel and the lantern aloft.
It's blowing up stiff.
For a gale tonight.
Can you see the Ronde Hills from the sea?
No, how should you? They lie at the back of the snowfields.
Or Blaho?
No, but from up in the rigging you've a glimpse in clear weather of Calduppigan.
Where does Hartaig lie?
The captain, pointing.
About over there.
I thought so.
You know where you are, it appears.
When I left the country, I sailed by here, and the dregs say the proverb hang into the last.
Spits and gazes at the coast.
In there, where the scaurs and the clefts like blue, where the valleys like trenches gloom narrow and black, and underneath, skirting the open fjords, it's in places like these human beings abide.
Looks at the captain.
They build far apart in this country.
Aye, few are the dwellings and far between.
Shall we get in by daybreak?
Thereabouts, if we don't have too dirty a night altogether.
It grows thick in the west.
It does so.
Stop a bit. You might put me in mind when we make up accounts. I'm inclined, as the phrase goes, to do a good turn to the crew.
I thank you.
It won't be much. I've dug for gold and lost what I found. We are quite at loggerheads, fate and I. You know what I've got in safekeeping on board, that's all I've left. The rest's gone to the devil.
It's more than enough, though, to make you of weight among people at home here.
I've no relations. There's no one awaiting the rich old curmudgeon. Well, that saves you at least any scenes on the pier.
Here comes the storm.
Well, remember then, if any of your crew are in real need, I won't look too closely after the money.
That's kind. They are most of them ill enough off. They have all got their wives and their children at home. With their wages alone they can scarce make ends meet. But if they come home with some cash to the good, it will be a return not forgot in a hurry.
What do you say? Have they wives and children? Are they married?
Married, aye, every man of them. But the one that is worst off of all is the cook. Black famine is ever at home in his house.
Married? They've folks that await them at home? Folks to be glad when they come, eh?
Of course, in poor people's fashion.
And come they one evening, what then?
Why, I dare say the good wife will fetch something good for a treat.
And a light in the sconce?
Aye, aye, maybe two, and a dram to their supper.
And there they sit snug. There's a fire on the hearth. They've their children about them, the room's full of chatter. Not one hears another right out to an end, for the joy that is on them.
It's likely enough. So it's really kind as you promised just now, to help eke things out.
Per, thumping the bulwark.
I'll be damned if I do. Do you think I'm mad? Would you have me fork out for the sake of a parcel of other folks' brats? I've slaved much too sorely in earning my cash. There's nobody waiting for old Per Gynt.
Well, well, as you please then. Your money's your own.
Right, mine it is, and no one else's. We'll reckon as soon as your anchor is down. Take my fare in the cabin from Panama here. Then brandy all round to the crew. Nothing more. If I give a doit more, slap my jaw for me, Captain.
I owe you a quittance, and not a thrashing. But excuse me, the wind's blowing up to a gale.
He goes forward. It has fallen dark. Lights are lit in the cabin. The sea increases. Fog and thick clouds.
To have a whole bevy of youngsters at home, still to dwell in their minds as a coming delight, to have others' thoughts follow you still on your path. There's never a soul gives a thought to me. Lights in the sconces, I'll put out those lights. I will hit upon something. I'll make them all drunk. Not one of the devils shall go sober ashore. They shall all come home drunk to their children and wives. They shall curse, bang the table till it rings again. They shall scare those that wait for them out of their wits. The good wife shall scream and rush forth from the house, clutch her children along, all their joy gone to ruin.
The ship gives a heavy lurch. He staggers and keeps his balance with difficulty.
Why, that was a buffet, and no mistake. The sea's hard at labour, as though it were paid for it. It's still itself here on the coasts of the north, a cross sea as wry and wrong-headed as ever.
Listens.
Why, what can those screams be?
The lookout, forward.
A wreck a lee.
The captain, on the main deck, shouts.
Helm hard a starboard! Bring her up to the wind!
Are there men on the wreck?
I can just see 3.
Quick, lower the stern boat.
She'd fill ere she floated.
Goes forward.
Who can think of that now?
To some of the crew.
If you're men to the rescue. What the devil if you should get a bit of a ducking?
It's out of the question in such a sea.
They are screaming again. There's a lull in the wind. Cook, will you risk it? Quick, I will pay.
No, not if you offered me £20 sterling.
You hounds, you chicken hearts. Can you forget these are men that have good wives and children at home? There they're sitting and waiting.
Well, patience is wholesome.
Bear away from that sea!
There! The wreck turned over.
All is silent of a sudden.
Were they married, as you think? There are 3 new-baked widows even now in the world.
The storm increases. Per Gynt moves away aft.
There's no faith left among men any more, no Christianity. Well, may they say it and write it. Their good deeds are few and their prayers are still fewer, and they pay no respect to the powers above them. In a storm like tonight's, he's a terror, the Lord is. These beasts should be careful and think what's the truth, that it is dangerous playing with elephants, and yet they must openly brave his displeasure. I'm not whit to blame for the sacrifice. I can prove I stood ready, my money in hand. But how does it profit me? What says the proverb? A conscience at ease is a pillow of down. Oh, aye, that is all very well on dry land, but I'm blessed if it matters a snuff on board ship, when a decent man's out on the seas with such riffraff. At sea one never can be oneself. One must go with the others from deck to keel. If for boatswain and cook the hour of vengeance should strike, I shall no doubt be swept to the deuce with the rest. One's personal welfare is clean set aside. One counts but as a sausage in a slaughtering time. My mistake is this: I have been too meek, and I've had no thanks for it after all. Were I younger, I think I would shift the saddle and try how it answered to lord it a while. There is time enough yet. They shall know in the parish that Per has come sailing aloft over the seas. I'll get back the farmstead by fair means or foul. I will build it anew, it shall shine like a palace. But none shall be suffered to enter the hall. They shall stand at the gateway, all twirling their caps. They shall beg and beseech, that they freely may do, but none get so much as a farthing of mine. If I've had to howl neath the lashes of fate, trust me to find folks I can lash in my turn.
The strange passenger stands in the darkness at Per Gynt's side, and salutes him in friendly fashion.
Good evening, good evening.
Good evening. What? Who are you?
Your fellow passenger at your service.
Indeed? I thought I was the only one.
A mistaken impression, which now is set right.
But it's singular that, for the first time tonight, I should see you.
I never come out in the daytime.
Perhaps you're ill? You're as white as a sheet.
No, thank you. My health is uncommonly good.
What a raging storm!
Aye, a blessed one, man.
A blessed one?
The seas running high as houses. Ah, one can feel one's mouth watering. Just think of the wrecks that tonight will be shattered. And think, too, what corpses will drive ashore.
Lord save us!
Have ever you seen a man strangled, or hanged, or drowned?
This is going too far.
The corpses all laugh, but their laughter is forced, and the most part are found to have bitten their tongues.
Hold off from me!
Only one question, pray. If we, for example, should strike on a rock and sink in the darkness?
You think there is danger?
I really don't know what I ought to say. But suppose now I float, and you go to the bottom.
Oh, rubbish!
It's just a hypothesis. But when one is placed with one foot in the grave, one grows soft-hearted and open-handed.
Per puts his hand in his pocket.
Ho, money!
No, but perhaps you would kindly make me a gift of your much-esteemed carcass.
This is too much.
No more than your body, you know, to help my researches in science.
Begone!
But think, my dear sir, the advantage is yours. I'll have you laid open and brought to the light. What I specially seek is the centre of dreams, and with critical care I'll look into your seams.
Away with you!
Why, my dear sir, a drowned corpse.
Blasphemer! You're goading the rage of the storm. I call it too bad. Here it's raining and blowing, a terrible sea on, and all sorts of signs of something that's likely to shorten our days, and you carry on so as to make it come quicker.
You're in no mood, I see, to negotiate further. But time, you know, brings with it many a change.
Nods in a friendly fashion.
We'll meet when you're sinking, if not before. Perhaps I may then find you more in the humour.
Goes into the cabin.
Unpleasant companions these scientists are, with their free-thinking ways.
To the boatswain, who is passing.
Hark! A word with you, friend. That passenger? What crazy creature is he?
I know of no passenger here but yourself.
No others? This thing's getting worse and worse.
To the ship's boy, who comes out of the cabin.
Who went down the companion just now?
The ship's dog, sir.
Passes on. The lookout shouts.
Land close ahead.
Where's my box? Where's my trunk? All the baggage on deck.
We have more to attend to.
It was nonsense, Captain. 'Twas only my joke. As sure as I am here, I will help the cook.
The jib's blown away.
And there went the foresail.
The boatswain shrieks from forward.
Breakers under the bow.
She will go to shivers.
The ship strikes. Noise and confusion. End of Scene 1. Act v, Scene 2. Close under the land, among sunken rocks and surf, the ship sinks. The jolly boat, with 2 men in her, is seen for a moment through the scud. A sea strikes her, she fills and upsets. A shriek is heard, then all is silent for a while. Shortly afterwards the boat appears floating bottom upwards. Per Gynt comes to the surface near the boat.
Help, help, a boat! Help, I'll be drowned! Save me, O Lord, as says the text.
Clutches hold of the boat's keel. The cook comes up on the other side.
O Lord God, for my children's sake, have mercy, let me reach the land.
Seizes hold of the keel.
Let go!
Let go!
I'll strike!
So'll I.
I'll crush you down with kicks and blows. Let go your hold, she won't float too.
I know it. Yield!
Yield you!
Oh, yes!
They fight. One of the cook's hands is disabled. He clings on with the other.
Off with that hand!
Oh, kind sir, spare! Think of my little ones at home.
I need my life far more than you, for I'm lone and childless still.
Let go, you have lived, and I'm young.
Quick haste, you sink, you drag us down.
Have mercy, yield in heaven's name. There's none to miss and mourn for you.
His hand slips. He screams.
I'm drowning.
Per, seizing him.
By this wisp of hair I'll hold you. Say your Lord's Prayer, quick.
I can't remember, all turns black.
Come, the essentials in a word.
Give us this day.
Skip that part, cook. You'll get all you need safe enough.
Give us this day.
The same old song. One sees you were a cook in life.
The cook slips from his grasp. The cook, sinking.
Give us this day our... Oh.
Disappears.
Amen, lad. To the last gasp you were yourself.
Draws himself up onto the bottom of the boat.
So long there is life, there is hope.
The strange passenger catches hold of the boat.
Good morning.
Hoy!
I heard you shout. It's pleasant finding you again. Well, so my prophecy came true.
Let go, let go. 'Twill scarce float one.
I'm striking out with my left leg. I'll float, if only with their tips my fingers rest upon this ledge. But apropos, your body.
Hush!
The rest, of course, is done for, clean.
No more.
Exactly as you please.
Silence.
Well?
I am silent.
Satan's tricks. What now?
I'm waiting.
Per, tearing his hair.
I'll go mad. What are you?
The passenger nods.
Friendly.
What else? Speak.
What think you? Do you know none other that's like me?
Do I know the devil?
The passenger, in a low voice.
Is it his way to light a lantern for life's night pilgrimage through fear?
Ah, come. When once the thing's cleared up, you'd seem a messenger of light.
Friend, have you once in each half-year felt all the earnestness of dread?
Why, one's afraid when danger threatens, but all your words have double meanings.
Aye, have you gained but once in life the victory that is given in dread?
Per looks at him.
Came you to ope for me a door? 'Twas stupid not to come before. What sort of sense is there in choosing your time when seas gape to devour one?
Were then the victory more likely beside your hearthstone, snug and quiet?
Perhaps not, but your talk befooled me. How could you fancy it awakening?
Where I come from, their smiles are prized as highly as pathetic style.
All has its time. What fixed the tacksman, so says the text, would damn the bishop.
The host whose dust inurned has slumbered treads not on weekdays the Cothurnus.
Avaunt thee, bugbear! Man, be gone! I will not die, I must ashore.
Oh, as for that, be reassured. One dies not midmost of Act 5.
Glides away.
Ah, there he let it out at last. He was a sorry moralist.
End of Scene 2. Act 5, Scene 3. Churchyard in a high-lying mountain parish. A funeral is going on. By the grave, the priest and a gathering of people. The last verse of the psalm is being sung. Per Gynt passes by on the road. Per. At the gate.
Here's a countryman going the way of all flesh. God be thanked that it isn't me.
Enters the churchyard. The priest, speaking beside the grave.
Now, when the soul has gone to meet its doom, and here the dust lies like an empty pot, and now, my dear friends, we'll speak a word or two about this dead man's pilgrimage on earth. He was not wealthy, neither was he wise. His voice was weak, his bearing was unmanly. He spoke, his mind abashed and faltering. He scarce was master at his own fireside. He sidled into church, as though appealing for leave, like other men, to take his place. It was from Gudbrandsdal, you know, he came. When here he settled he was but a lad. And you remember how, to the very last, he kept his right hand hidden in his pocket. That right hand in the pocket was the feature that chiefly stamped his image on the mind. And therewithal his writhing, his abashed shrinking from notice wheresoe'er he went. But though he still pursued a path aloof, and ever seemed a stranger in our midst, you all know that he strove so hard to hide the hand he muffled had 4 fingers only. I well remember, many years ago, one morning, there were sessions held at Lunde. 'Twas war time, and the talk in every mouth turned on the country's sufferings and its fate. I stood there watching. At the table sat the captain, 'twixt the bailiff and the sergeants. Lad after lad was measured up and down, passed and enrolled, and taken for a soldier. The room was full, and from the green outside, where thronged the young folks, loud the laughter rang. A name was called, and forth another stepped, one pale as snow upon the glacier's edge. They bade the youth advance. He reached the table. We saw his right hand swaddled in a clout. He gasped, he swallowed, battling after words, but though the captain urged him, found no voice. Ah, yes, at last. Then, with his cheek aflame, his tongue now failing him, now stammering fast, he mumbled something of a scythe that slipped by chance and shore his finger to the skin. Straightway a silence fell upon the room. Men bandied meaning glances, they made mouths. They stoned the boy with looks of silent scorn. He felt the hailstorm, but he saw it not. Then up the captain stood, the grey old man. He spat, and pointed forth, and thundered, "Go!" And the lad went. On both sides men fell back, till through their midst he had to run the gauntlet. He reached the door. From there he took to flight. Up, up he went, through wood and over hillside, up through the stone slips, rough, precipitous. He had his home up there among the mountains. It was some 6 months later he came here, with mother and betrothed and little child. He leased some ground upon the high hillside, that where the waste lands trend away towards Lumb. He married the first moment that he could. He built a house. He broke the stubborn soil. He throve, as many a cultivated patch bore witness, bravely clad in waving gold. At church he kept his right hand in his pocket. But sure I am at home his fingers 9 toiled every bit as hard as others 10. One spring the torrent washed it all away. Their lives were spared. Ruined and stripped of all, he set to work to make another clearing, and ere the autumn smoke again arose from a new, better sheltered mountain farmhouse. Sheltered? From torrent, not from avalanche. 2 years, and all beneath the snow lay buried. But still the avalanche could not daunt his spirit. He dug and raked and carted, cleared the ground, and the next winter, ere the snow blasts came, a third time was his little homestead reared. 3 sons he had, 3 bright and stirring boys. They must to school, and school was far away. And they must clamber where the hill track failed, by narrow ledges through the headlong scar. What did he do? The eldest had to manage as best he might, and where the path was worst, his father cast a rope round him to stay him, the others on his back and arms he bore. Thus he toiled, year by year, till they were men. Now might he well have looked for some return. In the New World 3 prosperous gentlemen their school-going and their father have forgotten. He was short-sighted. Out beyond the circle of those most near to him he nothing saw. To him seemed meaningless as cymbals tinkling those words that to the heart should ring like steel. His race, his fatherland, all things high and shining stood ever to his vision veiled in mist. But he was humble, humble was this man, and since that sessions day his doom oppressed him, as surely as his cheeks were flushed with shame, and his 4 fingers hidden in his pocket, offender against his country laws? Ay, true. But there is one thing that the law outshineth, sure as the snow-white tent of Glitterton has clouds, like high rows of peaks, above it. No patriot was he, both for church and state a fruitless tree. But there, on the upland ridge, in the small circle where he saw his calling, there he was great, because he was himself. His inborn note rang true unto the end. His days were as a lute with muted strings. And therefore peace be with thee, silent warrior, that fought the peasant's little fight, and fell. It is not ours to search the heart and reins. That is no task for dust, but for its ruler. Yet dare I freely, firmly speak my hope. He scarce stands crippled now before his God.
The gathering disperses. Per Gynt remains behind, alone.
Now that is what I call Christianity. Nothing to seize on one's mind unpleasantly, and the topic immovably being oneself, that the pastor's homily turned upon, is full in its essence of edification.
Looks down upon the grave.
Was it he, I wonder, that hacked through his knuckle that day I was out hewing logs in the forest? Who knows? If I weren't standing here with my staff by the side of the grave of this kinsman in spirit, I could almost believe it was I that slept and heard in a vision my panegyric. It's a seemly and Christian-like custom indeed, this casting a so-called memorial glance in charity over the life that is ended. I shouldn't at all mind accepting my verdict at the hands of this excellent parish priest. Ah, well, I dare say I have some time left ere the grave digger comes to invite me to stay with him, and as scripture has it, what's best is best, and enough for the day is the evil thereof. And further, discount not thy funeral. Ah, the church after all is the true consoler. I've hitherto scarcely appreciated it, But now I feel clearly how blessed it is to be well assured upon sound authority. Even as thou sowest, thou shalt one day reap. One must be oneself, for oneself and one's own. One must do one's best, both in great and in small things. If the luck goes against you, at least you've the honour of a life carried through in accordance with principle. Now, homewards, though narrow and steep the path, though fate to the end may be never so biting. Still, old Per Gynt will pursue his own way, and remain what he is, poor but virtuous ever.
Goes out. End of Scene 3. Act 5, Scene 4. A hillside seamed by the dry bed of a torrent. A ruined mill house beside the stream. The ground is torn up, and the whole place waste. Further up the hill, a large farmhouse. An auction is going on in front of the farmhouse. There is a great gathering of people, who are drinking with much noise. Per Gynt is sitting on a rubbish heap beside the mill.
Forward and back, and it's just as far. Out and in, and it's just as straight. Time wears away, and the river gnaws on. Go roundabout, the boy said, and here one must.
Now there is only rubbish left over.
Catches sight of Per Gynt.
Are there strangers here too? God be with you, good friend.
Well met. You have lively times here today. Is the christening junket or a wedding feast?
I'd rather call it a house-warming treat. The bride is laid in a wormy bed.
And the worms are squabbling for rags and clouts?
That's the end of the ditty. It's over and done.
All the ditties end just alike, and they're all old together. I knew 'em as a boy.
A lad of 20, with a casting ladle.
Just look what a rare thing I've been buying. In this, Per Gynt casts his silver buttons.
Look at mine, though. The money bag bought for a halfpenny.
No more, eh? 2 pence for the peddler's peck.
Per Gynt? Who was he?
All I know is this. He was kinsman to Death and to Aslak the smith.
You're forgetting me, man. Are you mad or drunk?
You forget that at Hegstad was a storehouse door.
Aye, true. But we know you were never dainty.
If only she doesn't give Death the slip.
Come, kinsman, a dram for our kinship's sake.
To the deuce with your kinship. You're maundering in drink.
Oh, rubbish. Blood's never so thin as all that. One cannot but feel one's akin to Per Gynt.
Goes off with him. Per to himself.
One meets with acquaintances.
A lad calls after the man in mourning.
Mother that's dead will be after you, Aslak, if you wet your whistle.
Per rises.
The agriculturist's saying seems scarce to hold here. The deeper one harrows, the better it smells.
A lad with a bear's skin.
Look, the cat of the Dobra. Well, only his fell. It was he chased the trolls out on Christmas Eve.
Another with a reindeer skull.
Here is the wonderful reindeer that bore at Gendine Per Gynt over edge and score.
A third, with a hammer, calls out to the man in mourning.
Hey Aslak, this sledgehammer, say, do you know it? Was it this that you used when the devil clove the wall?
A fourth, empty-handed.
Mats Muren, here's the invisible cloak Per Gynt and Ingrid flew off through the air with.
Brandy here, boys. I feel I'm grown old. I must put up to auction my rubbish and lumber.
What have you to sell, then?
A palace I have. It lies in the Ronde. It's solidly built.
A button is bid.
You must run to a dram. 'Twere a sin and a shame to bid anything less.
He's a jolly old boy, this.
The bystanders crowd round him. Per shouts.
Grane, my steed, who bids?
Where's he running?
Why, far in the west, near the sunset, my lads. Ah, that courser can fly as fast, aye, as fast as Per Gynt could lie.
What more have you got?
I've both rubbish and gold. I bought it with ruin. I'll sell it at a loss.
Put it up.
A dream of a silver-clasped book that you can have for an old hook and eye.
To the devil with dreams.
Here's my Kaiserdom. I throw it in the midst of you. Scramble for it.
Is the crown given in?
Of the loveliest straw. It will fit whoever first puts it on. Hey, there is more yet. An addled egg, a madman's grey hair, and the prophet's beard. All these shall be his that will show on the hillside a post that has writ on it, Here lies your path.
The bailiff, who has come up.
You're carrying on, my good man, so that almost I think that your path will lead straight to the lock-up.
Per, hat in hand.
Quite likely. But tell me, who was Per Gynt?
Oh, nonsense.
Your pardon. Most humbly I beg.
Oh, he's said to have been an abominable liar.
A liar?
Yes. All that was strong and great, he made believe always that he had done it. But excuse me, friend, I have other duties.
Goes.
And where is he now, this remarkable man?
He fared overseas to a foreign land. It went ill with him there, as one might foresee. It's many a year now since he was hanged.
Hanged, aye, aye. Why, I thought as much. Our lamented Per Gynt was himself to the last.
Bows.
Goodbye, and best thanks for today's merry meeting.
Goes a few steps, but stops again.
You joyous youngsters, you comely lasses, shall I pay my shot with a traveller's tale?
Yes, do you know any?
Nothing more easy.
He comes nearer. A look of strangeness comes over him.
I was gold digging once in San Francisco. There were mountebanks swarming all over the town. One with his toes could perform on the fiddle. Another could dance a Spanish hauling on his knees. A third, I was told, kept on making verses, while his brain pan was having a hole bored right through it. To the mountebank meeting came also the devil. Thought he'd try his luck with the rest of them. His talent was this, in a manner convincing. He was able to grunt like a flesh and blood pig. He was not recognized, yet his manners attracted. The house was well filled, expectation ran high. He stepped forth in a cloak with an ample cape to it. Man muss sich drapieren, as the Germans say. But under the mantle, what none suspected, he'd managed to smuggle a real live pig. And now he opened the representation. The devil he pinched, and the pig gave voice. The whole thing purported to be a fantasia on the porcine existence, both free and in bonds. And all ended up with a slaughterhouse squeal, whereupon the performer bowed low and retired. The critics discussed and appraised the affair. The tone of the whole was attacked and defended. Some fancied the vocal expression too thin, while some thought the death shriek too carefully studied. But all were agreed as to one thing, quadrant. The performance was grossly exaggerated. Now, that, you see, came of the devil's stupidity in not taking the measure of his public first.
He bows and goes off. A puzzled silence comes over the crowd. End of Scene 4. Act 5, Scene 5. Whitsun Eve, in the depths of the forest. To the back, in a clearing, is a hut with a pair of reindeer horns over the porch gable. Per Gynt is creeping among the undergrowth, gathering wild onions.
Well, this is one standpoint. Where is the next? One should try all things and choose the best. Well, I have done so, beginning from Caesar and downwards as far as to Nebuchadnezzar. So I had after all to go through Bible history. The old boys had to take to his mother again. After all it is written, of the earth art thou come. The main thing in life is to fill one's belly. Fill it with onions? That's not much good. I must take to cunning and set out snares. There's water in the beck here. I shan't suffer thirst. And I count as the first among the beasts after all. When my time comes to die, as most likely it will, I shall crawl in under a wind-fallen tree. Like the bear, I will heap up a leaf mound above me, and I'll scratch in big print on the bark of the tree, "Here rests Per Gynt, that decent soul, Kaiser over all the other beasts." Kaiser?
Laughs inwardly.
Why, you old soothsayer humbug. No Kaiser, are you? You are naught but an onion. I'm going to peel you now, my good Pierre. You won't escape either by begging or howling.
Takes an onion and pulls off layer after layer.
There lies the outermost layer, all torn. That's the shipwrecked man on the jolly boat's keel. Here's the passenger layer, scanty and thin, and yet in its taste there's a tang of Per Gynt. Next underneath is the gold digger ego. The juice is all gone, if it ever had any. This coarse-grained layer with the hardened skin is the peltry hunter by Hudson's Bay. The next one looks like a crown. Oh, thanks. We'll throw it away without more ado. Here's the archaeologist, short but sturdy. And here is the prophet, juicy and fresh. He stinks, as the scripture has it, of lies, enough to bring the water to an honest man's eyes. This layer that rolls itself softly together is the gentleman living in ease and good cheer. The next one seems sick. There are black streaks upon it. Black symbolizes both parsons and niggers.
Pulls off several layers at once.
What an enormous number of swathings. Isn't the kernel soon coming to light?
Pulls the whole onion to pieces.
I'm blessed if it is. To the innermost center, it's nothing but swathings, each smaller and smaller. Nature is witty.
Throws the fragments away.
The devil take brooding, if one goes about thinking one's apt to stumble. Well, I can at any rate laugh at that danger, for here on all fours I'm firmly planted.
Scratches his head.
A queer enough business, the whole concern. Life, as they say, plays with cards up its sleeve. But when one snatches at them, they've disappeared, and one grips something else, or else nothing at all.
He has come near to the hut. He catches sight of it and starts.
This hut? On the heath? Huh?
Rubs his eyes.
It seems exactly as though I had known this same building before. The reindeer horns jutting above the gable. A mermaid shaped like a fish from the navel. Lies. There's no mermaid, but nails and planks, bars too, to shut out hobgoblin thoughts.
Solveig singing in the hut.
Now all is ready for Whitsun Eve. Dearest boy of mine, far away, comest thou soon? Is thy burden heavy? Take time, I will await thee, I promised of old.
Per rises, quiet and deadly pale.
One that's remembered, and one that's forgot. One that has squandered, and one that has saved. Oh, Ernest, and never can the game be played over. Oh, dread, here was my Kaiserdom.
Hurries off along the wood path. End of Scene 5. Act 5, Scene 6. Night. A heath with fir trees. A forest fire has been raging. Charred tree trunks are seen stretching for miles. White mists here and there clinging to the earth. Per Gynt comes running over the heath.
Ashes, fog scuds, dust wind-driven. Here's enough for building with. Stench and rottenness within it. All a whited sepulchre. Figments, dreams, and stillborn knowledge lay the pyramid's foundation. Over them shall the work mount upwards, with its step on step of falsehood. Earnest shunned, repentance dreaded, flaunt at the apex like a scutcheon, fill the trump of judgment with their Petrus Quintus Caesar fecit.
Listens.
What is this, like children's weeping? Weeping but halfway to song? Thread balls at my feet are rolling.
Kicking at them.
Off with you, you block my path.
The thread balls on the ground.
We are thoughts. Thou shouldst have thought us. Feet to run on thou shouldst have given us.
Per, going round about.
I've given life to one 'twas a bungled crook-legged thing.
We should have soared up like clangorous voices, and here we must trundle as grey yarn thread balls.
Per, stumbling.
Thread clue, you accursed scamp! Would you trip your father's heels?
Flees. Withered leaves flying before the wind.
We are a watchword. Thou shouldst have proclaimed us. See how thy dozing has woefully riddled us. The worm has gnawed us in every crevice. We have never twined us like wreaths round fruitage.
Not in vain your birth, however. Lie but still and serve as manure.
We are songs, thou shouldst have sung us. 1,000 times over hast thou cowed us and smothered us. Down in thy heart's pit we have lain and waited. We were never called forth. In thy gorge be poison.
Poison thee, thou foolish stave! Had I time for verse and stuff?
Attempts a short cut. Dewdrops dripping from the branches.
We are tears unshed for ever. Ice spears, sharp wounding we could have melted. Now the barb rankles in the shaggy bosom. The wound is closed over, our power is ended.
Thanks. I wept in Ronde cloisters. None the less they tied the tale on.
We are deeds. Thou shouldst have achieved us. Doubt, the throttler, has crippled and riven us. On the day of judgment we'll come a flock and tell the story. Then woe to you.
Rascal tricks! How dare you debit what is negative against me?
Hastens away. Ossa's voice far away.
Fie, what a postboy! Oh, you've upset me. Snow's newly fallen here. Sadly it smirched me. You've driven me the wrong way. Per, where's the castle? The fiend has misled you with the switch from the cupboard.
Better haste away, poor fellow, with the devil's sins upon you. Soon you'll faint upon the hillside, hard enough to bear one's own sins.
Runs off. End of Scene 6. End of Act 5, Part 1. Act 5, Part 2 of Per Gynt by Henrik Ibsen, translated by William and Charles Archer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters, Act 5, Part 2.
Old Per Gynt.
Read by Lars Rolander.
Solveig.
Read by Elizabeth Klett.
The Button Moulder.
Read by Dublin Gothic.
The Old Man.
Read by Ron Altman.
The Lean One.
Read by Patrick Wallace.
Churchgoers.
Read by Goldfish.
Narrator.
Read by Cynthia Moyer. Act 5, Scene 7. Another part of the heath. Per Gynt sings.
A sexton, where are you, hounds? A song from braying precentor mouths, around your hat brim a mourning band. My dead are many, I must follow their biers.
The button moulder, with a box of tools and a large casting ladle, comes from a side path.
Well met, old gaffer.
Good evening, friend.
The man's in a hurry. Why, where is he going?
To a grave feast.
Indeed. My sight's not very good. Excuse me. Your name doesn't chance to be Per.
Per Gynt, as the saying is.
That I call luck. It's precisely Per Gynt I am sent for tonight.
You're sent for? What do you want?
Why, see here, I'm a button moulder. You're to go into my ladle.
And what to do there?
To be melted up.
To be melted?
Here it is, empty and scoured. Your grave is dug ready, your coffin bespoke. The worms in your body will live at their ease. But I have orders, without delay, on master's behalf, to fetch in your soul.
It can't be like this without any warning.
It's an old tradition at burials and births, to appoint in secret the day of the feast, with no warning at all to the guest of honour.
Aye, that's true. All my brains a whirl you are.
Why, I told you, a button moulder.
I see. A pet child has many nicknames. So that's it, Per. It is there you're to harbour. But these, my good man, are most unfair proceedings. I'm sure I deserve better treatment than this. I'm not nearly so bad as perhaps you think. I've done a good deal of good in the world. At worst you may call me a sort of a bungler, but certainly not an exceptional sinner.
Why, that is precisely the rub, my man. You're no sinner at all in the higher sense. That's why you're excused all the torture pangs, and land, like others, in the casting ladle.
Give it what name you please. Call it ladle or pool. Spruce ale and swipes, they are both of them beer. Avaunt from me, Satan!
You can't be so rude as to take my foot for a horse's hoof.
On horse's hoof or on fox's claws. Be off, and be careful what you're about.
My friend, you're making a great mistake. We're both in a hurry, and so to save time, I'll explain the reason of the whole affair. You are, with your own lips you told me so, no sinner on the so-called heroic scale. Scarce middling even.
Ah, now you're beginning to talk common sense.
Just have patience a bit. but to call you virtuous would be going too far.
Well, you know, I have never laid claim to that.
You're nor one thing nor t'other then, only so-so. A sinner of really grandeur style is nowadays not to be met on the highways. It wants much more than merely to wallow in mire, for both vigour and earnestness go to a sin.
Aye, it's very true, that remark of yours. One has to lay on like the old berserkers.
You, friend, on the other hand, took your sin lightly.
Only outwardly, friend, like a splash of mud.
I will soon be at one now. The sulphur pool is no place for you, who but plashed in the mire.
And in consequence, friend, I can go as I came?
No, in consequence, friend, I must melt you up.
What tricks are these that you hit upon at home here, while I've been in foreign parts?
The custom's as old as the snake's creation. It's designed to prevent loss of good material. You've worked at the craft. You must know that often a casting turns out, to speak plainly, mere dross. The buttons, for instance, have sometimes no loop to them. What did you do then?
Flung the rubbish away.
Ah, yes. John Gynt was well known for a waster, so long as he'd aught left in wallet or purse. But master, you see, he is thrifty, he is, and that is why he's so well to do. He flings nothing away as entirely worthless, that can be made use of as raw material. Now you were designed for a shining button on the vest of the world, but your loop gave way, so into the waste box you needs must go, and then, as they phrase it, be merged in the mass.
You're surely not meaning to melt me up with Dick, Tom, and Harry into something new?
That's just what I do mean, and nothing else. We've done it already to plenty of folks. At Kongsberg they do just the same with money that's been current so long that its stamp's worn away.
But this is the wretchedest miserliness. My dear good friend, let me get off free. A loopless button, a worn-out farthing. What is that to a man in your master's position?
Oh, so long, and inasmuch as the spirit's in one. One always has value as so much metal.
No, I say, no. With both teeth and claws, I'll fight against this. Sooner anything else.
But what else? Come now, be reasonable. You know you're not airy enough for heaven.
I'm not hard to content. I don't aim so high, but I won't be deprived of one doit of myself. Have me judged by the law in the old-fashioned way. For a certain time place me with him of the hoof, say 100 years, come the worst to the worst. That, now, is a thing that one surely can bear. For they say the torment is only moral. So it can't after all be so pyramidal. It is, as 'tis written, a mere transition. And as the fox said, one waits, there comes an hour of deliverance. One lives in seclusion, and hopes in the meantime for happier days. But this other notion, to have to be merged like a mote in the carcass of some outsider, this casting ladle business, this skin cessation, it stirs up my innermost soul in revolt.
Bless me, my dear Per, there is surely no need to get so wrought up about trifles like this. Yourself you never have been at all. Then what does it matter? You're dying right out.
Have I not been? I could almost laugh. Per Gynt then has been something else, I suppose. No, button moulder, you judge in the dark. If you could but look into my very reins, you'd find only Per there, and Per all through. Nothing else in the world. No, nor anything more.
It's impossible. Here I have got my orders. Look, here it is written. Per Gynt shalt thou summon. He has set at defiance his life's design. Clap him into the ladle with other spoilt goods.
What nonsense! They must mean some other person. Is it really Per? Is it not Rasmus or John?
It is many a day since I melted them. So come quietly now, and don't waste my time.
I'll be damned if I do. It would be a fine thing if it turned out tomorrow someone else was meant. You'd better take care what you're at, my good man. Think of the onus you are taking upon you.
I have it in writing.
At least give me time.
What good would that do you?
I'll use it to prove that I've been myself all the days of my life. And that's the question that's in dispute.
You'll prove it. And how?
Why, by vouchers and witnesses.
I'm sadly afraid master will not accept them.
Impossible. However, enough for the day. My dear man, allow me alone of myself. I'll be back again shortly. One is born only once, and oneself as created one fain would stick to. Come, are we agreed?
Very well, then, so be it. But remember, we meet at the next crossroads.
Per Gynt runs off. End of Scene 7. Act 5, Scene 8. A further point on the heath. Per running hard.
Time is money, as the scripture says. If I only knew where the crossroads are. They may be near and they may be far. The earth burns beneath me like red-hot iron. A witness, a witness! Oh, where shall I find one? It's almost unthinkable here in the forest. The world is a bungle, a wretched arrangement when a man must prove a right that's as patent as day.
An old man, bent with age, with a staff in his hand and a bag on his back, is trudging in front of him. The old man stops.
Dear kind sir, a trifle to a houseless soul.
Excuse me, I've got no small change in my pocket.
Prince Per! Oh, to think we should meet again!
Who are you?
You forget the old man in the ronde?
Why, you're never...
The king of the Dover, my boy.
The Dover king? Really? The Dover king? Speak.
Oh, I've come terribly down in the world.
Ruined?
Aye, plundered of every stiver. Here am I, tramping it, starved as a wolf.
Hooray! Such a witness doesn't grow on the trees.
My lord prince, too, has grizzled a bit since we met.
My dear father-in-law, the years gnaw and wear one. Well, well, a truce to all private affairs. And pray, above all things, no family jars. I was then a sad madcap.
Oh, yes, oh, yes. His Highness was young. And what won't one do then? But his Highness was wise in rejecting his bride. He saved himself thereby both worry and shame, for since then she's utterly gone to the bad.
Indeed.
She has led a deplorable life. And just think, she and Trond are now living together.
Which Trond?
Of the Valfield.
It's he. Aha! It was he I cut out with the setter girls.
But my grandson has flourished, grown both stout and great, and has strapping children all over the country.
Now, my dear man, spare us this flow of words. I've something quite different troubling my mind. I've got into rather a ticklish position, and am greatly in need of a witness or voucher. That's how you could help me best, father-in-law, and I'll find you a trifle to drink my health with.
You don't say so. Can I be of use to his Highness? You'll give me a character, then, in return?
Most gladly. I'm somewhat hard-pressed for cash, and must cut down expenses in every direction. Now, hear what's the matter. No doubt you remember that night when I came to the rondo a-wooing.
Why, of course, my lord prince.
Oh, no more of the prince. But no matter, you wanted by sheer brute force to bias my sight with a slit in the lens, and to change me about from Per Gynt to a troll. What did I do then? I stood out against it, swore I would stand on no feet but my own. Love, power, and glory at once I renounced, and all for the sake of remaining myself. Now this fact, you see, you must swear to in court.
No, I'm blessed if I can.
Why? What nonsense is this?
You surely don't want to compel me to lie? You pulled on the troll breeches, don't you remember, and tasted the mead?
Aye, you lured me seductively, but I flatly declined the decisive test, and that is the thing you must judge your man by. It's the end of the ditty that all depends on.
But it ended, Peer, just in the opposite way.
What rubbish is this?
When you left the ronde, you inscribed my motto upon your scutcheon.
What motto?
The potent and sundering word.
The word?
That which severs the whole race of men from the troll folk. Troll, to thyself be enough.
Per falls back a step.
Enough!
And with every nerve in your body, you've been living up to it ever since.
What, I, Per Gynt?
The old man weeps.
Oh, it's ungrateful of you. You've lived as a troll, but have still kept it secret. The word I taught you has shown you the way to swing yourself up as a man of substance, and now you must needs come and turn up your nose at me and the word you've to thank for it all.
Enough! A hill troll, an egoist. This must be all rubbish. That's perfectly certain.
The old man pulls out a bundle of old newspapers.
I dare say you think that we've no newspapers? Wait, here, I'll show you in red and black how the Blocksberg Post eulogizes you. And the Hecklefield Journal has done the same ever since the winter you left the country. Do you care to read them? You're welcome, Peer. Here's an article, look you, signed Stallionhoof. And here too is one on troll nationalism. The writer points out and lays stress on the truth that horns and a tail are of little importance, so long as one has but a strip of the hide. Our enough, he concludes, gives the hallmark of trolldom to man, and proceeds to cite you as an instance.
A hill troll, I?
Yes, that's perfectly clear.
Might as well have stayed quietly where I was. Might have stayed in the rondo in comfort and peace. Saved my trouble and toil and no end of shoe leather. Per Gynt, a troll. Why, it's rubbish. It's stuff. Goodbye. There's a halfpenny to buy your tobacco.
Nay, my good Prince Peer.
Let me go. You're mad, or else doting. Off to the hospital with you.
Oh, that is exactly what I'm in search of. But as I told you, my grandson's offspring have become overwhelmingly strong in the land, and they say that I only exist in books. The saw says, one's kin are unkindest of all. I've found to my cost that saying is true. It's cruel to count as mere figment and fable.
My dear man, there are others who share the same fate.
And ourselves, we've no mutual aid society, no alms box or penny savings bank. In the Ronda, of course, they'd be out of place.
No, that cursed to thyself be enough was the word there.
Oh, come now, the prince can't complain of the word. And if he could manage by hook or by crook...
My man, you've got on the wrong scent entirely. I'm myself, as the saying goes, fairly cleaned out.
You surely can't mean it? His Highness a beggar?
Completely. His Highness's ego's in pawn. And it's all your fault. You accursed trolls. That's what comes of keeping bad company.
So there came my hope toppling down from its perch again. Goodbye. I had best struggle on to the town.
What would you do there?
I will go to the theatre. The papers are clamoring for national talents.
Good luck on your journey, and greet them from me. If I can but get free, I will go the same way. A farce I will write them, a mad and profound one. Its name shall be Sic transit gloria mundi.
He runs off along the road. The old man shouts after him. End of Scene 8. Act 5, Scene 9. At a crossroad.
Now comes the pinch, Per, as never before. This Dovrish enough has passed judgment upon you. The vessel's a wreck. One must float with the spars. All else, only not the spoiled goods heap.
The button moulder at the crossroad.
Well now, Per Gynt, have you found your voucher?
Have we reached the crossroad? Well, that's short work.
I can see in your face, as it were on a signboard, the gist of the paper before I've read it.
I got tired of the hunt. One might lose one's way.
Yes, and what does it lead to, after all?
True enough, in the wood and by night as well.
There's an old man, though, trudging. Shall we call him here?
No, let him go. He's drunk, my dear fellow.
But perhaps he might...
Hush, no, let him be.
Well, shall we turn to, then?
One question only. What is it at bottom, this being oneself?
A singular question. Most odd in the mouth of a man who just now...
Come, a straightforward answer.
To be oneself is to slay oneself. But on you that answer is doubtless lost. And therefore we'll say, to stand forth everywhere, with master's intention displayed like a signboard.
But suppose a man never has come to know what master meant with him?
He must divine it.
But how oft are divinings beside the mark? Then once carried ad undas in middle career.
That is certain, Per Gynt. In default of divining, the cloven-hoofed gentleman finds his best hook.
This matter's excessively complicated. See here, I no longer plead being myself. It might not be easy to get it proven. That part of my case I must look on as lost. But just now, as I wandered alone over the heath, I felt my conscience shoe pinching me. I said to myself, after all, you're a sinner.
You seem bent on beginning all over again.
No, very far from it. A great one, I mean, not only in deeds, but in words and desires. I've lived a most damnable life abroad.
Perhaps. I must ask you to show me the schedule.
Well, give me time. I will find out the parson, confess with all speed, and then bring you his voucher.
Aye, if you can bring me that, then it is clear you escape this business of the casting ladle. But, Per, I'd my orders.
The paper is old. It dates, no doubt, from a long past period. At one time I lived with disgusting slackness, went playing the prophet, and trusted in fate. Well, may I try?
But...
My dear fellow, I'm sure you can't have so much to do. Here in this district the air is so bracing. It adds an ell to the people's ages. Recollect what the Justadal parson wrote. It's seldom that anyone dies in this valley.
To the next crossroads, then. But not a step further.
A priest I must catch, if it be with the tongs.
He starts running. End of Scene 9. Act 5, Scene 10. A heather-clad hillside with a path following the windings of the ridge.
"This may come in useful in many ways," said Espen as he picked up a magpie's wing. "Who could have thought one's account of sins would come to one's aid on the last night of all? Well, whether or no, it's a ticklish business, a move from the frying pan into the fire. But then there's a proverb of well-tried validity, which says that as long as there's life there's hope."
A lean person, in a priest's cassock, kilted up high, and with a birding net over his shoulder, comes hurrying along the ridge.
"Who goes there? A priest with a fowling net? Hi hop! I'm the spoiled child of fortune indeed. Good evening, Herr Pastor. The path is bad."
Ah, yes. But what wouldn't one do for a soul?
"Aha! Then there's someone bound heavenwards?"
No, I hope he's taking a different road.
"May I walk with Herr Pastor a bit of the way?"
With pleasure. I'm partial to company.
"I should like to consult you."
Heraus! Go ahead."
"You see here before you a good sort of man. The laws of the state I have strictly observed, have made no acquaintance with fetters or bolts, but it happens at times that one misses one's footing and stumbles."
Ah, yes. That occurs to the best of us.
"Now these trifles, you see."
Only trifles?
"Yes, from sinning en gros I have ever refrained."
Oh, then, my dear fellow, pray leave me in peace. I'm not the person you seem to think me. You look at my fingers. What see you in them?
"A nail system somewhat extremely developed."
And now you are casting a glance at my feet?
Per, pointing.
"That's a natural hoof."
So I flatter myself.
Per raises his hat.
"I'd have taken my oath you were simply a parson, and I find I've the honour. Well, best is best. When the hall door stands wide, shun the kitchen way. When the king's to be met with, avoid the lackey."
Your hand. You appear to be free from prejudice. Say on then, my friend, in what way can I serve you? Now, you mustn't ask me for wealth or power. I couldn't supply them, although I should hang for it. You can't think how slack the whole business is. Transactions have dwindled most pitiably. Nothing doing in souls. Only now and again a stray one.
"The race has improved so remarkably?"
No, just the reverse. It's sunk shamefully low. The majority end in a casting ladle.
"Ah, yes, I heard that ladle mentioned. In fact, it was the cause of my coming to you."
Speak out.
"If it were not too much to ask, I should like—"
A harbour of refuge, eh?
"You've guessed my petition before I have asked. You tell me the business is going awry, so I dare say you will not be over particular."
But, my dear—"
"My demands are in no way excessive. I shouldn't insist on a salary, but treatment as friendly as things will permit."
A fire in your room?
"Not too much fire, and chiefly the power of departing in safety and peace, the right, as the phrase goes, of freely withdrawing, should an opening offer for happier days."
My dear friend, I vow I'm sincerely distressed. But you cannot imagine how many petitions of similar purport good people send in when they're quitting the scene of their earthly activity.
"But now that I think of my past career, I feel I've an absolute claim to admission."
"'Twas but trifles, you said."
"In a certain sense. But now I remember I've trafficked in slaves."
"There are men that have trafficked in wills and souls, but who bungled it so that they failed to get in."
"I've shipped Brahma figures in plenty to China."
Mere fustian again. Why, we laugh at such things. And there are people that ship off far gruesomer figures in sermons, in art, and in literature, yet have to stay out in the cold.
"Ah, but then, do you know, I once went and set up as prophet."
In foreign parts? Humbug. Why, most people's Sehen ins Blaue ends in the casting ladle. If you've no more than that to rely upon, with the best of goodwill, I can't possibly house you."
But hear this. In a shipwreck I clung to a boat's keel, and it is written, 'A drowning man grasps at a straw.' Furthermore it is written, 'You're nearest yourself.' So I halfway divested a cook of his life."
It were all one to me if a kitchen maid you had halfway divested of something else. What sort of stuff is this halfway jargon, saving your presence? Who, think you, would care to throw away dearly bought fuel in times like these, on such spiritless rubbish as this? There now, don't be enraged. 'Twas your sins that scoffed at, and excuse my speaking my mind so bluntly. Come, my dearest friend, banish this stuff from your head, and get used to the thought of the casting ladle. What would you gain if I lodged you and boarded you? Consider. I know you're a sensible man. Well, you'd keep your memory, that's so far true. But the retrospect or recollection's domain would be, both for heart and for intellect, what the Swedes call mighty poor sport, indeed. You have nothing either to howl or to smile about. No cause for rejoicing, nor yet for despair, nothing to make you feel hot or cold, only a sort of a something to fret over.
It is written, "It's never so easy to know where the shoe is tight that one isn't wearing."
Very true. I have, praise be to so-and-so, no occasion for more than a single odd shoe. But it's lucky we happened to speak of shoes. It reminds me that I must be hurrying on. I'm after a roast that I hope will prove fat, so I really mustn't stand gossiping here.
And may one inquire then what sort of sin diet the man has been fattened on?
I understand he has been himself, both by night and by day, and that, after all, is the principal point.
Himself? Then do such folk belong to your parish?
That depends. The door at least stands ajar for them. Remember, in two ways a man can be himself. There's a right and wrong side to the jacket. You know they have lately discovered in Paris a way to take portraits by help of the sun. One can either produce a straightforward picture, or else what is known as a negative one. In the latter, the lights and the shades are reversed, and they're apt to seem ugly to commonplace eyes. But for all that, the likeness is latent in them, and all you require is to bring it out. If, then, a soul shall have pictured itself in the course of its life by the negative method, the plate is not therefore entirely cashiered, but without more ado they consign it to me. I take it in hand then for further treatment, and by suitable methods effect its development. I steam it, I dip it, I burn it, I scour it, with sulphur and other ingredients like that, till the image appears which the plate was designed for, that, namely, which people call positive. But if one like you has smudged himself out, neither sulphur nor potash avails in the least.
I see, one must come to you black as a raven to turn out a white ptarmigan. Pray, what's the name inscribed 'neath the negative counterfeit that you're now to transfer to the positive side?
The name's Per Gynt.
Peter Gynt, indeed? Is Herr Gynt himself?
Yes, he vows he is.
Well, he's one to be trusted, that same Herr Peter.
You know him, perhaps?
Oh, yes, after a fashion. One knows all sorts of people.
I'm pressed for time. Where saw you him last?
It was down at the Cape.
Di Buona Speranza?
Just so, but he sails very shortly again, if I'm not mistaken.
I must hurry off then, without delay. I only hope I may catch him in time. That Cape of Good Hope, I could never abide it. It's ruined by missionaries from Stavanger.
He rushes off southwards.
The stupid hound! There he takes to his heels, with his tongue lolling out. He'll be finely sold. It delights me to humbug an ass like that. He to give himself airs, and to lord it, forsooth. He's a mighty lot truly to swagger about. He'll scarcely grow fat at his present trade. He'll soon drop from his perch with his whole apparatus. I'm not over safe in the saddle either.
A shooting star is seen. He nods after it.
I'm expelled, one may say, from self-owning nobility. Bear all hail from Per Gynt, brother starry flash, to flash forth, to go out, and be naught at a gulp.
Pulls himself together as though in terror, and goes deeper in among the mists. Stillness for a while. Then he cries,
Is there no one in all the turmoil, in the void, no one in heaven?
He comes forward again further down, throws his hat upon the ground, and tears at his hair. By degrees a stillness comes over him.
So unspeakably poor, then a soul can go back to nothingness, into the grey of the mist. Thou beautiful earth, be not angry with me that I trampled thy grasses to no avail. Thou beautiful sun, thou hast squandered away thy glory of light in an empty hut. There was no one within it to hearten and warm. The owner, they tell me, was never at home. Beautiful sun and beautiful earth, you were foolish to bear and give light to my mother. The spirit is niggard and nature lavish, and dearly one pays for one's birth with one's life. I will clamber up high to the dizziest peak. I will look once more on the rising sun, gaze till I'm tired over the promised land, then try to get snowdrifts piled up over me. They can write above them, here no one lies buried, and afterwards, then let things go as they can.
Church-goers singing on the forest path.
O morning thrice blessed, when the tongues of God's kingdom struck the earth like to flaming steel, from the earth to his dwelling, now the air's song ascendeth in the tongue of the kingdom of God.
Per crouches as in terror.
Never look there. There's all desert and waste. I fear I was dead long before I died.
Tries to slink in among the bushes, but comes upon the crossroads.
Good morning, Per Gynt. Where's the list of your sins?
Do you think that I haven't been whistling and shouting as hard as I could?
And met no one at all?
Not a soul, but a tramping photographer.
Well, the respite is over.
Aye, everything's over. The owl smells the daylight. Just list to the hooting.
It's the matin bell ringing.
Per, pointing.
What's that shining yonder?
Only light from a hut.
And that wailing sound?
But a woman singing.
Aye, there I'll find the list of my sins.
The button moulder, seizing him.
Set your house in order.
They have come out of the underwood and are standing near the hut. Day is dawning.
Set my house in order? It's there, away. Get you gone. Though your ladle was huge as a coffin, it were too small, I tell you, for me and my sins.
Well, to the third crossroad, Per. But then...
Turns aside and goes. Per approaches the hut.
Forward and back, and it's just as far. Out and in, and it's just as straight.
Stops.
No, like a wild and unending lament is the thought, to come back, to go in, to go home.
Takes a few steps on, but stops again.
Round about, said the boy.
Hears singing in the hut.
Ah, no, this time at least, right through, though the path may be never so straight.
He runs towards the hut. At the same moment Solveig appears in the doorway, dressed for church, with psalm book wrapped in a kerchief, and a staff in her hand. She stands there erect and mild. Per flings himself down on the threshold.
Hast thou doom for a sinner? Then speak it forth.
He is here! He is here! Oh, to God be the praise!
Stretches out her arms as though groping for him.
Cry out all my sins and my trespasses.
In naught hast thou sinned, O my own, only boy.
Gropes for him again, and finds him. The button moulder behind the house.
The sinless Per Gynt.
Cry aloud my crime.
Solveig sits down beside him.
Thou hast made all my life as a beautiful song. Blessed be thou that at last thou hast come. Blessed, thrice blessed, our Whitsun morn meeting.
Then I'm lost.
There is one that rules all things.
Per laughs.
Lost unless thou canst answer riddles.
Tell me then.
Tell them, come on to be sure. Canst thou tell where Per Gynt has been since we parted?
Been?
With his destiny's seal on his brow, been as in God's thought he first sprang forth. Canst thou tell me? If not, I must get me home, go down to the mist-shrouded regions.
Solveig, smiling.
Oh, that riddle is easy.
Then tell what thou knowest. Where was I, as myself, as the whole man, the true man? Where was I, with God's seal upon my brow?
In my faith, in my hope, and in my love.
Per starts back.
What say'st thou? Peace! These are juggling words. Thou art mother thyself to the man that's there.
Ay, that I am. But who is his father? Surely he that forgives at the mother's prayer.
Per, a light shines in his face. He cries,
My mother, my wife, oh, thou innocent woman! In thy love, oh, there, hide me, hide me!
clings to her and hides his face in her lap. A long silence. The sun rises. Solveig sings softly.
Sleep thou, dearest boy of mine. I will cradle thee, I will watch thee. The boy has been sitting on his mother's lap. They two have been playing all the life day long. The boy has been resting at his mother's breast all the life day long. God's blessing on my joy. The boy has been lying close in to my heart all the life day long. He is weary now. Sleep thou, dearest boy of mine. I will cradle thee, I will watch thee.
The button moulder's voice behind the house.
We'll meet at the last crossroad again, Per, and then we'll see whether... I say no more.
Solveig sings louder in the full daylight.
I will cradle thee, I will watch thee. Sleep and dream thou, dear my boy.
End of Scene 10. End of Act 5, Part 2. End of Per Gynt by Henrik Ibsen. Translated by William and Charles Archer.